Okay, it's been a couple of weeks. But in the last session of Curse of Strahd, you began engaged in combat with the evil hag Babalai Saga and the creeping hut that she had animated from the awful bog of the swamps of Berez. Nigel and Meadhan were both quick to rush her, attempting to bring her down before she had the chance to cast another awful spell. However, the hag was quick thinking and used her natural shape-shifting abilities to turn into a swarm of flies and escape the hut. This allowed the roots themselves to slam through the roof of the hut, and in a desperate attempt to finish you off. And unfortunately, for one of you, it did. Osdred was pierced through the chest, and after a few brief words, he was tossed aside into the swamp. No more. Each of you inside desperately tried to pry the gem that you could see exposed within the hut thanks to Osdred's efforts. However, it proved more difficult than you expected, as the floorboards morphed into an awful, chomping mouth. Meanwhile, Cal and Farrah remained in the air via the flight of Farrah's eagles, whilst the creeping hut raged havoc, knocking them both from the sky. However, Meadhan reached deep within and mustered up all his energy to grasp the gem from the hut, causing it to collapse into a lifeless heap, shortly followed by the surrounding scarecrows. Babalai Saga was yet to be defeated though, but with a hit from Nigel and Farrah's conjured animals, you made short work of her. In the aftermath of the battle, you grieved for Osdred's life, and took the time to investigate the hut for the artifact and any other items that lied inside. First you had to deal with a glyph of warding though, but once you'd dealt with the situation, you searched within her chest and found a number of magical items and a strange book. Nigel was the first to examine its pages, and as he did, you found yourselves whisked away to a different world. One where you met Strahd as a young boy, and then joined him as an adult on the battlefield. You saw Strahd struck from his horse by a javelin thrown by a mountain of a man named Sir Dargus Ulbrich. And then the soldiers looked to engage you in battle. And that is where we begin our session. So let me move over to the map. So, I believe we will roll initiative. So, when we are ready, Farrah, you are up first.
Well, we are long rested, aren't we?
You are indeed.
Yeah. So
yeah, Helen should be at max, I believe.
Yeah.
Let me update a token for her. Okay.
Yeah, so Farrah's gonna... She looks to the group and looks back. Farrah wants to know what happened in the actual story. She thinks we're in a story. So she's gonna go along with it. And she's gonna cast... Not much. Just gonna produce flame at one at front.
Okay, don't make your weapon attack for me. 25 hits for 3 points of damage.
Very
nice. Anything else?
No.
Okey-doke.
No.
It's Sir Dargus Ulbrich's turn, who locks eyes with you, Farrah, seeing you throw this fire out directly at him, and he readies this huge greatsword in his hand and looks directly to you and just says, Minions of the enemy! For the Earth Maiden, you will die! And then rushes towards you.
Yeah.
25 feet. And he is going to swing out with his longsword. She gets a natural 20 on. He's going to Divine Smite as well.
Oh,
He's going to use a second level.
should have turned into something.
What was that, Kieran?
Seeing a guy fucking deep up.
So it's that much damage on the one-handed, plus an extra.
Come on, boy, isn't it?
Everyone leveled up, right? We're level 8 now.
You are level 8, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I forgot.
Ooh, Helen levels.
So, in total, you take 29
Go
plus 16 is 45 points of damage.
Total?
Yes.
45. Okay.
That's his first attack.
Oh.
Yeah, his second attack.
Okay.
Earth Maiden took a big dump in your Cheerios.
Yep.
He's going to do... be a 18 to hit.
Yep.
And he will Divine Smite on it again. I think you more than Divine Smite more than once a turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll do it again for an
I
extra.
thought it was a spell slot, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's spending them.
You're not casting a
Oh.
spell, so you don't get the limitation.
That's good to know.
I need to.
Yeah.
Full
Paladins
first.
can pump out damage.
Crap.
Yeah, just reread it. No limitation.
For an extra 8, so in total it's 21 points of damage to you, Farrah.
Okay.
That is his turn, however. And Helen is up next.
Oh, bother. So I'm trying to. I'm looking at my feet because I didn't do it in the week because I forgot all about it. I'll just choose one real quick. What's a good one?
Can't even think off the top of
Feet from monk.
Yeah.
Something with wisdom, right?
Could do something with wisdom. I actually had an idea. Let me read real quick. There's a feat called Savage Attacker.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's once per turn. No. Scrap that.
Well, I might just choose ability score improvement.
Yeah.
YOLO.
Low.
If you want, George, I'll update your HP.
Oh, thank you.
Let me know what you get and I'll update it.
Thank you. Let me see just what we do here.
God, I love the classic action.
Oh, you. That was a good feat, monk.
I can't even think. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I'm ready. I have 59 hit points.
59. Okay, let me update that for you. Alright, when you're ready, it is your turn.
Yeah, let's run around and punch him in the back of the head.
Nice.
And you said we had a long rest, didn't you?
You haven't certainly yet.
Lovely. Let me just change that. Okay, let's do this.
A 12 misses, unfortunately.
Bit naff. Let's do another.
A 13
13?
also misses.
Ah,
Oof.
You can see this guy is wearing heavy plate armor, it looks like.
well, I'm gonna do another one, whatever.
Bonus action third. A 26 definitely hits, though.
Nice.
Ah.
10 plus your extra d8 for 15 points of damage.
Not bad. Yes, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
The Knights of Delmore are up next.
I could have done a dodge, but never mind.
And... One's gonna get here. And one will get to here. This one first is going to fire at Meadhan.
Hey!
With a heavy crossbow. Quickly turn off advantage on this. I'm pretty sure it's on. Yeah, it is. Boop. A 15
Yeah.
for 5 points of piercing damage.
Owie.
Then he'll use his last 5 units to step onto this space. And then this guy in the middle is going to make 2 melee attacks, because he specifically gets multi-attack on melee ones. So, with advantage on Helen. First one is a 21, which I believe hits. For 8 points of slashing damage to you, Helen. And then the second one is a 10, which misses. And then this guy to the right is going to make 2 attacks against Helen, just straight rolls. The first is a natural 1, so he gets disadvantage on the second one.
Whee!
Yep, so misses on that as well. So it is just 8 points of slashing damage to Helen. I also need to put Helen's tiredness thing on. Right here. Helen's tired.
Oh, yeah.
Plus 1. Yeah, that's fine there. Cool. So that is their turn. Nigel, you are up next.
Nigel's very confused about where these people are suddenly attacking us from, but you'll move to here.
Yeah, so you basically saw this scene, like, for the mist transform in front of you, Nigel, and then suddenly you were gone from a battle tent and then you were standing next to Strahd, who was ordering you into battle via horse, and then you saw him pierce through the shoulder with a huge javelin, and these soldiers have started rushing towards you to attack you.
Yeah. So, this guy is not. This is not one of us, right?
No, he is this.
No, good.
He's wearing the same regalia as the other knights, this sort of blue with this white crest on the front of the chest. But he's got He's a very large man. He probably stands about 7.5 feet tall. So he's about the same height as you, Nigel, and not quite as tall as Meadhan, who's a little bit taller. But he's wearing like thick plate mail.
Okay. Well, Nigel will rage.
Okey doke, so
For
5 on
I
the
just
rage.
didn't want to make a stupid Anja-like mistake and suddenly attack a member of our own
that's all right.
people.
You know that these are enemies of Strahd, and you can see Strahd on the ground over there.
Oh, right.
But you're currently in some kind of different world, you think. So I mean, you could try and attack Strahd if you wanted to, but
where even is he?
Is this Strahd?
it is indeed, yeah.
Ah.
He definitely.
What do you think is the best thing to do, guys?
So Farrah said that she believes that this is a story, so she wants to see this play out so she can know the truth.
Okay.
She doesn't believe any of this is real, although the 2 mighty sword attacks into her might convince her otherwise.
Yeah.
Well, what's 5 on the rage table, Tom?
It is whenever an enemy hits you with a melee attack, magic lashes out in retribution, dealing 1d6 force damage back to them.
Nice.
Excellent.
Very good.
So, my first attack.
A blood split.
14?
14 misses, unfortunately.
Oof. And then second one.
22
22.
hits, though.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So that is
14.
14 points of damage. Very nice. He's still going strong, though. Is that your turn, Nigel?
Mhm.
You are raging, so let me add the little rage icon, and I'll add it to the turn order as well. This one. Ragey. Let's pop that just underneath you. Put a 10 on it. Cool. Up next is Cal.
Cal is actually going to return the favour that Farrah did for him many times in the last encounter. So he's going to go down on one... Oh wait, no, she hasn't gone down. He's going to place a hand on her shoulder, close his eyes, and channel his divine energy through into her, and he's going to heal her for 35 hit points.
Nice.
Nice.
Using lay on hands.
Yeah.
Click, click, click,
gives you
click,
a
click,
little,
click, 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 click.
little thank you look.
And yeah, he'll say, "This feels like a very real story to me." And he'll draw his sword and just face up alongside this guy as well.
What was it? Sorry, 30. 30 exactly. Yeah.
35.
35. Okay.
So 44 in total, Hannah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, up next is Meadhan.
I think I'm just gonna play it simple. That's rage.
Oh, yes.
Mother trucker's hitting all my friends. So yeah, let's smack them up.
Okey doke, with advantage, because you are funky.
Yeah.
25 definitely hits. Double 25s for 6 points of damage. Very nice.
Now for my second attack.
Oh yeah, you leveled up.
Yeah.
Oh baby! Yay!
Oh,
Ring around again.
Oh, yeah.
20 for 12 points of damage.
Is it adding the rage in?
Oh, it's not. You're right. So an extra 2 on that puts him down to there, and then 4 plus 8 is just a 14. Damn, 2 big hits from Meadhan.
And then
Of course, the
come hopping out. And I think I'll just sit tight.
Okey doke.
Yeah.
Farrah is
Yeah.
your go.
Yeah, she'll nod to Cal, in a sort of thank you manner, and kind of agree as well. I'm not sure. I still think this is a story, but somehow the battle may affect us more. I don't know. But yeah, she's gonna. Hold on, I've still got spells from Babylon Saga. Not very useful, really. She will cast Fire Shield on herself.
Okay, as you do that,
Mhm.
So Dargus Oryx is going to use his reaction to use his Mage Slayer attack.
Ooh.
The Mage
What's that?
Slayer feat.
Nice.
What does that
You
do?
can make a melee attack against you when you cast a spell within 5 feet of him.
Ooh. Does the Fire Shield go first?
No, he goes first, I believe.
Okay.
It says, as a reaction when they cast the spell, I believe it says. Let me just double check it. I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Well,
When a creature within 5 of you casts a spell, you can then use a reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature.
So Farrah goes first.
Yeah.
Well, if Fire Shield is on, then he gets hit as well. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. I think you've cast the spell. It says
Yeah.
casts a spell, so
Yeah.
yeah. I think Stefan's right. So you would go
Okay.
first. So, but he will still try and hit you,
Okay.
and he just says, "Foul magic, not of the earth, maiden."
Hmm.
And that is a 21 to hit. He will.
That does hit.
He will divine smite on it.
Mm-hmm.
He'll use another second one for an extra.
Oh yeah, true, Steph.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember exactly what it was.
Oh yeah, good point. Disadvantage. You're definitely correct, Steph. Let me roll again just to see.
So he has disadvantage, yeah.
Oh, a 13.
That misses.
Oh, well, he will not divine smite then.
Mm.
Go on, my
Okay.
ghosties.
Very nice. Thanks for reminding me, Steph. I forgot about
Yeah.
And Farrah will turn into something.
that. I
Let's
didn't hit you.
see.
Are you concentrating on Fire Shield or not? I can't remember how it works.
No, it just disappears.
Nice.
That's it.
I'll put
Yeah.
this little leafy symbol on you. It kind of looks like a fire.
Yeah. And she'll turn into, I don't know. What's got packed
Tapir. Tapirs have packed action.
Definitely. Lions have packed tactics, but I think lions are crap. Yeah, they're like no HP. Hello?
Hello? You got your thing out?
Yeah, I'm just trying to drag it. There you go.
Nice. I'll pop you on the old GM layer. I'll pop this here. So I know where you're going, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
There you go. Is that your turn?
That's it.
Okay. You would look to Farrah having transformed her. What foul sorcery! And he is going to. First, he is seeing he's quite injured. So he is going to use Lay on Hands to heal himself for 25 hit points.
Ooh.
And then as his bonus action. As his bonus action, he will cast Wrathful Smite on himself.
Ooh. And himself.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds painful.
Charges up his next attack,
Ah.
but it's also a concentration, so you can
Yeah.
knock him out of it.
I don't think he can do much else, unfortunately. He's pretty surrounded. And it's probably not worth backing out to take all those hits. So, Helen, it's your go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right.
All right. Let's punch him in the head again.
Dope. 24 definitely hits.
It's with advantage, isn't it?
It was with advantage.
Was it?
24
Oh,
and
yeah.
an 8. So 7 points of damage to him.
Well, at least it hit him. Let's do another one.
And he's got to make a Constitution saving throw. Which is 16, so he passes. 26 definitely hits again. 5 plus.
His damage rolls are terrible. Oh, that was better.
So
Oi.
12.
I would like to bonus action dodge this time. I like to dodge.
Ooh,
Please.
okay. He will make another Constitution save so he can keep his concentration up. 15, so he passes again. And Helen is now dodging. So I'll put the little dodge symbol on you. Okey-doke, the Knights of Delmore. and see that their commander's in a bit of a spot of bother. So this one is going to move up to here, and this one will move up to here. This one is going to try and attack Helen, but he doesn't get advantage, so it's a straight roll because he's flanking. So 2 attacks with its greatsword on Helen. The first is an 8, which misses. The second is an 8, which misses. This one is going to attack Meadhan with 2 attacks. First is a 22. Second is a 24. However, you are raging, so you take 6 damage, and then oh fucking hell, a 7. So a total.
Hang on a minute. Who's got the coat cape thing?
Oh, Meadhan does have the cape.
Oh, yeah.
So well,
Nice.
I'll say that 22 would have been with the disadvantage one. So that would be 6 damage still, and I'll roll one more time to see if it hits. 14.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So yeah, so it's still in total it'll be 6 plus a further 7 for a total of 13 points of damage. And then finally, this one is going to attack Nigel twice. For a 14 and a 30, which I think both hit miss Nigel. The one that rolled a third time. I know.
Yeah, they both
13
miss.
and a 7, so yeah, both miss. It's their turn. Nigel, it is your go.
Oh, for this guy, he's gonna get 2 blood spear attacks.
Like you do.
So first one 17.
17 misses.
What? That's so terrifying.
Oh, they got pretty hefty armor on.
20?
Let me just double check something.
Oh
yeah,
my
that
god.
does hit. Yep.
Oh, thank goodness for that. You scared me then.
So 12 points of damage on the first.
12. Yeah.
Okey-doke. Is that your turn, Nigel, or anything else?
That's me.
Okey-doke. Cal, it is your go.
Okay, Cal. My god, this is a bundle. These guys aren't undead, right?
You don't know. They don't look undead.
Well, just because they would do more damage if they were.
They're not undead then.
Okay. He's just gonna do some whomping as well, I think. Is there any way I can get advantage?
You could step into Farrah's space and step back out.
Yeah.
Helen.
Excuse me, LT Grey. Advantage attacks, 2 scimitar attacks. Oh no, short sword of wounding. 1, 2.
23 definitely hits.
Ooh, 8 double 2s on the second one. He is not gonna smite.
Okay, so 12 points of damage on the hit. And then that's...
Oh yeah, and the wounding
how
thing.
does that work again? I can't remember.
Hit points lost to this weapon's damage can be regained only through a short rest or a long rest.
Okay.
Once per turn, when you hit a creature on attack, use this, you can wound the target. At the start of the wounded creature's turn, it takes 1d4 necrotic damage for each time you've wounded it. Then it makes a DC 15 con save, ending the effect on a success.
Okay, so it is wounded. When does he make the con save?
On his turn. He takes the 4 damage and makes the con save on his turn. Only on his turn.
On his turn,
yeah.
okay.
That's my turn.
Let me quickly do a con save for him, see if he keeps concentration. 9. However, one of these knights are going to use their reaction. Leadership. They can give a creature within 30 feet of them makes a saving throw and attack roll. The creature can add a d4 to its roll.
Ooh.
We can do this once per short rest. So with that, it does stay on.
Very nice. And I'd move back.
Okey-doke. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Meadhan.
I think just keep smacking up the boy.
The big boy.
Keep smacking that boy.
25 definitely hits. 13 points of
Yes.
damage.
And another big swing.
15 misses,
Oh.
unfortunately. Though.
Yeah. Got carried away.
So he does make another con save. Now, will the other one will use its reaction to add a d4?
Hmm?
Still could fail. It does still fail.
Oh.
Drops concentration on the smite. Right, Farrah, you are up next.
I think she's just gonna bite him. Yeah.
Like biting a tin can.
Oh yeah.
A 20 just hits.
Yeah.
8
8
damage.
damage.
He's looking pretty bad after that. As you pierce through this plate armor, slamming into his chest, a load of blood sort of spurts out and sort of coats the fangs of this huge saber tooth. Is that your turn, Farrah?
Yeah, that's it.
He's struggling. He is going to cast Wrathful Smite on himself again. And then, since Meadhan is... Is that gone now, the things? It's what, like 1 turn, isn't it? I can't remember.
Just says whilst raging.
You just hit him again,
raging.
didn't you? So it refreshes.
Yeah.
It refreshes, okay, that's cool.
But it does nothing for me. It's only other people.
Yeah. Okie doke. Yeah, he's going to try and attack you then, since you're the distraction. So he will
Fair
make
dues.
his first attack against you. Ooh, it's an 8.
Hold on. How does the cloak work? When does it
Oh, you're right.
work?
So
When not work?
if you're
On your turn, it
on your
reactivates.
turn, it reactivates.
Every turn.
So
Okay,
he
cool.
would have disadvantage to see if he gets a natural 1. He does not. And then with disadvantage on the second attack, because he didn't hit you. An 11. I think misses as well.
Nope.
Yeah,
It does.
That's all he's got.
Can't touch me.
Helen, it is your
Shit, who gave me this cloak? I love it.
Pitch dying.
Yeah, love it.
Love you, bro.
I'm going to continue wailing on this guy.
Yeah, he's looking pretty bad.
Yeah.
I think 16 does not hit though.
Ah,
19 does not hit.
what?
Yeah,
Wow.
tanky boy. Just slams into the armor, but just does no effect.
Gosh, that's a bit much. Let me just have a think. I'm going to dodge again, please. Thank you.
Okey-doke. Dodging once more. The Knights of Delmore up next. You can see that their lead is not looking good. I think these two are going to try and focus down Helen. This one's just going to try and get Meadhan off. So,
Hello.
4 normal hits against Helen. A natural 1 and an 18 would miss anyway. So I'll see if he gets another natural 1 to refresh it. It's not. So that's that guy. So this guy up here is going to make 2 normal attacks. A 12 and a 15 both miss Helen. And then finally, this guy against Meadhan is going to make 2. A 22 and an 18 Meadhan. I think both hit, right?
Is that with the one with disadvantage?
No,
Yeah.
this is one of this up here. This one hitting you with 2 attacks.
But yeah, but because of my cloak.
Oh yeah, you're right. So fuck, sorry.
So the 18 will hit.
18 will hit. Okay.
Oh, and then it wears off the second one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 11 half to 5 because of your rage, and then the second attack because of the disadvantage is a 18 again.
Yep.
For a further 5 damage, so 10 damage in total.
Yep.
Nigel, you're up next.
Yeah, Nigel will see that the leader is getting a bit weak. Turn his attention to him. My best going off continuing with the magical weapon, do you think?
Well, you do know that the blood spear, if you kill something with it, then you do get the temporary HP.
Oh, yeah, true. Okay,
cool.
well, continue with that one then.
With advantage, because Meadhan is flanking. 23 does hit, indeed. And with that, Nigel, you
11.
plunge the blood spear through his chest, and you just see him look up. His visor's still down, and he just chokes, and a load of blood just kind of starts pouring out of his visor as you finish off.
Nice.
It's a Dargus Olbrek, much to Kieran's dismay. Yeah, if you want to add...
Sorry, Kieran.
That's 7 temporary HP to you.
7 temporary HP. Oh, baby.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I can't.
That's your first attack, so second attack.
Sweet. So, back to this guy. You're going down, buddy.
A 25 most certainly hits.
9.
9 points of damage. Very nice.
And that's me.
Cal, you're up next.
Cal. Okay, big boy's down. People aren't too bad. So yeah, he'll skirt round and get over to here. 2 attacks against this guy.
With advantage because of Helen.
He'll smite if he crits.
24 and a 23 both hit.
No smite.
Okay, so 11 and then a
9.
So 20 points of damage in total. And then he
Yeah,
is
and-
wounded.
Yeah, if it comes around to his turn, if he's still alive. Yep,
Nice.
that's me.
Awesome. Meadhan.
Actually, no, wait, yeah, I can just do that thing. Share Cal space for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on him again.
Yeah.
Ugh.
10 misses,
10.
unfortunately.
Yeah. Lame. Try again, shall we?
11 also misses. No luck for
That's-
Meadhan.
Ah.
Terrible rolls.
Yeah, 2,
Yeah,
a
man.
4, a natural 1, and a 5.
I will shimmy there.
If you don't.
Yeah.
Farrah, you're up next.
Hum. Well,
Hum.
nobody's looking too bad, you know. It's not really that much to. Is this house in the way if I want to get up here? You see where I am.
I can see your tiger, yeah. This house would be in the way, yeah.
In the way, okay. Let's just go here then. And bite this guy.
You know, with advantage. Yeah. 25 definitely hits, 6 piercing damage.
Yeah.
So, is that your turn?
That's it.
Okay, Helen. No longer dodging.
Okay, let's do a punch on this guy then. There.
Okie doke. With advantage because of Cal. 24 definitely hits. 9 plus your d8. Ooh!
Ooh.
17 points of damage. It's looking pretty rough, that one.
Let's punch again.
10 misses, though, unfortunately.
Oh, that's rubbish. Okay, that's fine. Well, is that fine? Yeah, it's fine. I'm just going to stay here. Actually, I should do another punch in that case, shouldn't I? Yes.
Section punch. 22 definitely hits. 9 plus your D8. 10, and that is exactly what you needed to bring him down.
Nice.
For you. Hmm.
Brilliant. So the knights go. So this one, is going to step in between all of you, over its dead comrade, and try and take down Helen. Since she is no longer dodging, he gets advantage. First attack is a 24, dealing 14 points of slashing damage to Helen.
Oof.
Second one is a 20 to hit Helen, which also hits. It has a 24 slashing damage to Helen in total.
What? Oh, in total.
Yeah.
Okay.
The slashiest boy.
And then this one is also going to try and bring down Helen, because she is seemingly do the most damage. So the first one is a 22 to hit, and it takes a further 9 slashing damage, and his second attack is a 17, which misses. That is their turn. Nigel.
Yes. This guy's still alive, so I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Oh, wait, no. I'm gonna move there, and then I'm flanking.
Okay, with advantage. Said it just in time. That's 27, definitely hits. Ooh, 16 damage. Fuck me. Nigel hurts.
Nigel hurt.
Nigel hurt.
Second attack. 23 hits.
Sweet.
For a
12.
12. He's looking very rough now. In his last legs. Cal, it's your go.
Last legs A, but this guy's between Helen and I, and Helen has taken a battering, so gonna slash up this guy. Oh, he was meant to do his wound thing.
That guy died.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's standing over the body of the guy you wounded.
Slash.
12 misses, unfortunately.
Fuck. Second slash.
17 misses as well.
Well,
Bounces
pooped it up.
off the armor, unfortunately.
He will cast. Is it their turn or is it Helen first? No, it's Helen first. He will cast nothing. That's my turn.
If you don't, Meadhan.
You said the one that jumped in the middle, he's on his last legs.
He's pretty much fine. The guy next to Nigel is pretty much on his last legs.
He is. Okay. In that case, yeah, this guy, let's give him a walloping.
Right, with advantage thanks to Farrah's flanking.
Okay.
This guy.
21 to hit. Definitely hits. So 4 points plus your rage is 6 points of bludgeoning damage. That is that much. Second attack.
Very good. Follow up.
25 definitely hits for a further 11 points of damage. Meadhan's starting to hurt. And they got the little things on them.
And
Anything else?
I might move. I can't remember. He hasn't done anything reactionary, has he?
He's got, apart from buffing the saving throws, no.
I'll stay where I am.
Okey-doke. Farrah.
Farrah's just going to shuffle slightly to the side here. Which one hit Helen for the most?
I think it was this guy.
That guy? She's going to bite that guy.
So with advantage because of Meadhan. Uh, 24 to hit. Fucking hell, 14 points of piercing damage.
Nice.
Oh god, what am I doing? It's the wrong one. There we go. That's your turn, right?
That's it.
Okay, Helen, back round to you. Both of them are looking pretty rough.
Yeah, let's go for this guy first.
Okie doke. With advantage thanks to Nigel. A 25 most certainly hits. And yeah, 8 points of bludgeoning damage is more than enough to finish this guy off.
Well, that's fantastic. Let's punch this guy then.
Okie doke. With advantage because of Cal. 25 hits. 9 plus your D8. Oh!
Ooh.
17 points of damage. It's looking pretty rough.
Let's do one more then. Let's just YOLO.
Throwing out the third hit. 24 hits.
Yeah.
7 plus your D8.
Mhm.
2, and that is enough with Helen. As the crystal fists just slam into this armor, crushing it inwards, and you just see blood pouring out the bottom of the armor. And with that,
Nice.
combat is over.
Mm.
Let me grab my notes quickly.
Farrah just turns around to look at Strahd as a saber-tooth. Sort of growls at him a little bit.
You just see him lying on the floor, sort of clutching his arm, and you do see in front of you, Farrah, as you look down, that on the body of Sir Dargus Ulbrich, you see what looks like a shining longsword.
Mm. Okay.
As the figure of Strahd bleeds out before you, almost certain to die from his wounds, the soft sound of music begins to flow from the ridge above you.
Mm-hmm.
Within a few moments, you notice something familiar. A number of barrel-topped wagons make their way past and then come to a sudden stop. You recognise these to be of the Vistani people. A man in his mid-30s with tan skin comes rushing down and calls out for help as they begin to comfort the future Lord of Barovia. He moans in pain and tries to bat them away, but he's in no position to do anything. The man, you see, pulls out a small vial with a red liquid inside that looks rather like a potion of healing and begins to pour it between the lips of Strahd von Zarovich. And as he
Did
does...
any of the Vistani notice us or seem to take notice of us?
Not particularly, no.
Do they care there's a big cat in the field?
Not at all.
Yeah.
And you see as he pours this healing potion into his lips, like Cal, you look around and the village is just gradually consumed by mist.
Huh? Cal wants to dive for the longsword.
Yeah.
Okay, you can do so. You do not need to make any kind of check. You pick it up and it feels magical. If you should be able to do an Arcana check. Let me just quickly check.
I
gonna
do
say
not
I was-
have proficiency.
I was gonna nudge it towards Nigel.
Do not think you need to. Let me just quickly check the rarity. Okay, it's that.
Should have picked it up in your saber-tooth
Yeah,
paws.
you can
That would have been
you
great.
can still make an Arcana check. You do not
No?
need to be proficient.
Get ready for the +1 modifier. Ooh,
You're not
16.
sure. Yeah,
Fuck.
I'm not sure. But you can
Wrinkles
add
his
a
brow.
magical longsword to your inventory.
Right.
I turn back into Farrah.
You can indeed. Yeah. Or you can do that.
As soon as she sees that he's not really reacted to the big cat, and neither is the Vistani, she just turns back.
And you see the mists gradually roll over the scene. And you hear a voice once more just echo throughout. But the war years and the killing years wore down my soul as the wind wears stone into sand. And the mist completely consumes each of you as you stand in complete grey. The voice speaks once more. My army settled in the valley, renamed for my father, as we took power over the people in the name of a just God, but with none of a God's grace or justice. And suddenly the swirling mist surrounding you begins to fade, and you find yourselves standing within a castle courtyard, and I'll move you over to the next.
Oh.
So, you find yourself standing on this side. If you want to drag your tokens on, you can.
Right side?
On the left-hand side, just here.
I think you're on GM.
Oh, I am on GM. Just here, where the
Okay.
orange ping is.
At the back.
As the scene transforms, you notice that none of your wounds are healed. You still seem as hurt as you were before, and each strike that went through was just as painful as any normal strike you would usually take on the battlefield.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
You find yourselves now standing just beyond the front gates of a curtain wall, so colossal that the largest of giant kind could pass through with ease. The wall is nearly 50 feet in height, interrupted by squared off turrets that rise even higher. Can each of you do a insight check? Cal, do it with advantage. Of course, Cal gets a 7.
Hey.
So, I think even with the 7, Cal would know anyway. So all of you recognise this as Castle Ravenloft. You can see that the wall is further dwarfed by the rounded towers of the keep overhead, the tallest soaring easily 3 times the height of the gates. You can hear weighted hooves that clop through the dirt and across the wood and stone behind you, the most distant of which still trod across a seemingly infinite bridge. You see a number of characters, some you recognise and some that you do not, in front of you. Before Meadhan, your eyes quickly dart to Rahadin on his black mare, and then the rest of you recognise another figure, Commander Alexander Gwilym, the man you saw within the tent and who prepared you for the battle.
Mm-hmm.
The commander, he He's talking to the man on his left, who is an older man with a maybe in his mid to late 50s, you think, with quite a neat kept greying beard and kind of a moustache that's kind of darker than the rest of his beard. He wears quite priestly vestments. You would all recognise, I believe, that when he turns, you can see him wearing a large holy symbol around his neck, which is in the shape of a sun of the Morning Lord. Further ahead, you see a much younger boy, probably only in his early 20s, perhaps. He has got a strong jaw with quite a sort of slight underbite with a kind of a heavy bottom lip. He's got sort of slicked back, quite greasy hair that kind of ends up in a sort of short ponytail that sits kind of at the back, kind of flopping slightly back and forth as the horse kind of gallops forwards. He wears different regalia to the rest. You see kind of the commander wears the similar crest of Ravenloft as you would expect it, but his crest is slightly different. It's like that of a sort of lion with like a dragon's claw at the front of it. He wears like a red cape that kind of sits down over his back, and he has kind of this nice adorned armor with this crest atop it. And you see Alexander Gwilym. He turns to the man next to him and he says, "What do you think, Gabriel? It's quite the sight, yes?" And the man kind of looks down and he says, "It is quite the sight, yes. Beautiful. Where is our Lord Strahd?" He looks upon, he says, "He'll meet us in the courtyard any moment, I have no doubt. However, we have some disturbing news that Commander Rahadin has informed me of. I'm sure Strahd will want to know as soon as possible." He looks back to the lieutenants. "These were some of the fighters," looking back at all of you, "who helped us in the battle against the Delmore forces." And the man looks back to you and says, A pleasure to meet you, all of you. You did a great thing on that day, helping save our Lord." Do any of you reply?
Farrah would just nod.
Yeah, I don't think Cal would say anything. He's just kind of squinting, eyes narrowed, hand definitely still on the hilt of his scimitar. This odd place brings back a lot of memories for him. But I don't think he'd say anything.
Yeah, the commander says, "At ease, lieutenants, I'm not under orders here." And the man says, "It is not a bother." He kind of nods to you and he says, "May the Morning Lord be with you. I am Gabriel Andrel. It's a pleasure to meet you." He says, "Yes, you ought to listen as well, lieutenants. Commander Rahadin has made myself aware that there may be an assassin hidden amongst our forces that seeks to eliminate our Lord. They captured and executed a man who was in possession of a dagger commonly carried by the mystical Baal Verzi Assassin's Guild, but they do not believe he was the actual assassin." And then you hear the man and pipe up at the front and he says, "Then where did they get the blade from, yes? Surely it was the Assassin's Guild. Hired to slay our Lord and Master. Disgusting." It spits out on the floor. And the commander says, Kieran, knife shot. The commander, Alexander Gwilym, says, "Yes, Yes, Master Dillisnare. We shall, it possibly could be the Assassin's Guild, but I'm sure our finest men will look into it. I'm not concerned. I do not take the threat too seriously. You see, the horses slowly gather in, and before you, you see, waiting for you within the courtyard, is the familiar face of Strahd von Zarovich. You see the characters before you dismount their horses. Rahadin stands at his side. You see this this character sort of bows before him slightly and then stands off to the side. Alexander Gwilym again sort of bows and smiles. Master Gabriel Andrel also walks up, bows slightly and says, May the morning Lord be with you, my lord. And you see Strahd just kind of acknowledge each of them in turn. And then you see Strahd starts to unsheath as this terrible silence of this place is interrupted by the sound of him unsheathing this blade. And he clutches this tightly clutches this red, black and gold dagger. You can see its finely crafted hilt leads to a sinister curved blade.
So this was the blade you found that was to be used to take my life, correct?
And Rahadin nods and says,
Yes, my lord.
He sort of looks around, kind of spinning the blade slightly in his hand. And then he kneels and wrenches his left hand into the soil, returning to his feet with dirt crumbling from between his knuckles. He points the tip of the dagger briefly north and east, south and west, almost like a priest blessing a congregant with holy water. And then he stabs it lightly into his mud-caked palm. He squeezes his fist, and a mixture of dirt and blood drips down.
I am Strahd. I am the land.
He repeats this mantra 3 more times, once in each cardinal direction, before facing upwards and speaking.
Draw near and witness. I, Strahd, am the land.
Blood and magic meet the soil, and you begin to see that the sky is then swallowed in mist, almost like a huge wall of it falling down upon you, like the page of a book turning, and just consumes the castle completely, from the spires all the way down to the lower walls, and eventually crashing down on top of this scene, completely silent. And the voice speaks out once more.
All goodness slipped from my life. I found my youth and strength gone, and all I had left was death.
And then the mists begin to rise up once more, and you find yourselves within a different room.
Where do you want us?
You want to place yourselves just anywhere standing around, perhaps sitting on these seats.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Big fire.
So, what feeble light burns in the dimming fireplace. It's not quite as bright as in the picture. It's enough to fill the room with rolling waves of red and amber light, illuminating rows and rows of ancient books, their leather covers well oiled and preserved through careful use. Large gaps span segments of the shelves, likely left to fill in more knowledge. You can see a stone floor is concealed beneath a thick, luxurious rug, and in the centre of the room is a large, low table, waxed and polished to a mirrored finish. Even the poker in its stand next to the blazing fireplace is polished. A sturdy carved desk houses several scrolls of parchment, open books, and candles burned nearly to the wick. In one of 2 chairs crafted of burgundy-coloured wood with padded leather seats that face the hearth is... he would be here, sorry. Is Lord Strahd von Zarevich. His head rests in his left hand, a letter gripped tightly in his other.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of you react at all to what is just continually happening? The scene's gradually changing in front of you. And
Yeah, can Farrah still see Count holding the sword?
you can, yes.
Okay. And can I look at these scrolls on the table?
Do me a quick investigation check. You kind of flick through any of the parchment and scrolls and that house the tables. They seem to be various different letters from various noble families. You recognise a few different noble names. I can find them if you want me to.
Only if we would recognise any of them.
Let me have a quick look. Where is it? I believe it's easy access info.
I vote nothing but John Williams soundtracks.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm having a bit of trouble finding names, but I do not think there's any that you would particularly recognise off the top of my head.
Okay. And a quick glance at the spine of the books. Any interesting names?
Do we need another investigation check?
I was gonna say the same thing.
With advantage, then.
Oh.
Or you can roll separately if you want. Oh, an 8. Again, nothing particularly seems of interest. Some of the book titles just almost don't make sense to you. They seem to be of history and things of... It's like having a history of a lands that you've never even heard of.
Okay.
Some of them seem more arcane, and you recognise some that look like kind of like spell books, and you recognise like familiar kind of books that might hold incantations or anything of that kind of of the arcane nature. There seems to be a large different mix of books of history, philosophy, those kinds of things.
Does this fella seem to pay attention to me if I approached him?
He does not, no. Even if you just walked up to him, he does not seem to even notice that you are there.
I properly get right up in his face and I just kind of look at him.
Yeah, it's almost like he's just staring off into the distance itself.
What would happen if I tried to open a door? Oh, sorry.
You open the door, Meadhan, and behind it is just this thick wall of fog.
Fog. Yeah.
Fog. Farrah's going to walk up to Strahd to see react.
He does not, no. He's just staring off into the fire. And it's almost, you think, if you were here in the flesh, that he wouldn't even notice you regardless. Because he seems completely focused on the fire. You see, as you're sort of standing there, Farrah, you hear the man next to you, Meadhan, calls out. And he says,
My lord, I am sorry to bring you this news. I hope it will comfort you, and that by offering the condolences of the Morning Lord.
Strahd kind of sighs slightly and sort of turns back towards the man, Gabriel Andrel, and he says,
Your God's words are of no comfort to me, Gabriel. But I appreciate your condolences.
Anyone who wants to can make a insight check for me quickly.
Oh.
Damn it.
Okay, Meadhan and Nigel, you definitely get a pretty strong sense that there's quite a lot of tension between the two. Yeah, it doesn't seem a very comfortable situation. You hear the man once more, Gabriel Andrel, says,
Very well, my lord. Would you accompany me and take a walk down to the chapel?
Strahd again kind of sighs slightly and then pulls himself to his feet. And he just says,
Very well, Gabriel. Lead on.
and you see as he does, he heads over to the central table, and you see that there's a lockbox on there, and he holding this letter that's gripped in his left hand. He opens the lockbox and places the letter inside, closes the lockbox, takes a key out, locks it, and then leaves the room. But as both of them leave the room,
Damn it, I wanted to read the letter.
leaving you behind the room. But for a moment, the scene does not change, and you're left just sitting within the room,
Smashbox.
left alone to
What
your
a-
thoughts.
Why don't we have a rogue?
Oh no, Farrah's got thieves' tools. Let's use them.
Okay, if you want to make a thieves' tools check on the box for me, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, how do I do it?
This is a dexterity, and if you're proficient in them, you plus your proficiency modifier.
If they're in the tools bit, does that count as
If
proficiency?
it's in the tools and the proficiency bit on the left, then yeah.
Yeah. So dex 4 plus 3.
Plus 7 in total.
You got this.
Yeah.
26. Farrah, you quickly, as you see rush at him walk out of the room, you look to the lockbox and you rush forward and you pull out your thieves' tools as Cal sort of looks on at you, and Meadhan kind of also looking on with confusion and sort of almost like hurrying, and you click into the lockbox and it flies open, and inside you see not only a letter, but you see a small, like almost like a chime, and then you see a ring next to the letter.
Let's read the letter.
Okay, I will reveal it for you.
Dear agony aunt.
Where have I put it?
That strange lump is back on my testicles.
Oh, did I fucking
I have
forget
named
to
it
upload
Rahadin.
I might have. Hold on. Let me get the letter out. Sorry, bear with me.
Cal would probably hand the sword to Nigel in the meantime.
Nigel, if you want, you can do an Arcana check.
And just say, you seem to have an affinity with the arcane.
Do I?
Well, when you get angry, magic shit happens.
That's true. But I mean, magic shit happens when you're not angry.
Who, Cal?
Yeah.
His magic's a different kind, though.
He can do magic though, innit?
He's got the magic of faith.
Because you gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. I gotta have faith. Actually, I am proficient in Arcana, you are correct.
I was going to say, out of all of us, I think Nigel is.
Why is Nigel proficient in Arcana?
I know! Feels weird, right?
I imagine him just like putting the item between his pecs and flexing. Just being like, feels like a long sword of telepathy.
Why is that his inner voice? Feels like a long sword of telepathy.
Because that's your inner voice.
Yeah, you do actually know me pretty well. That is my inner voice.
Every morning when you wake up, you're like, wee wee.
Wait, didn't
What do we
Hannah,
have
didn't you
here?
say? Didn't you pick up identify?
I do. I don't have it off of Osdred's body yet.
Needs the.
Oh, the pearl.
Yeah.
Gotta go gore sifting.
Mm,
Kieran's new character gonna get here.
we killed him at the
Thankfully,
beginning.
Kieran is being very kind and sort of sitting out a session.
Kieran's new character's actually a mimic. It's gonna be later on.
Is this chair over here?
Definitely is. Apologies, it's my bad. I completely forgot to upload
Kieran's
this.
new character is what is in the
There
box.
we go. Right. If
Oh.
our designated story person would like to read it, feel free.
I'm assuming that's me.
Who else?
But ruler of the great land of Barovia, I write today to inform you of the passing of Queen Ravenovia von Royan, beloved Grand King Barov, fucking hell, so it's really Barov, now deceased. An illness took her on the road from your homeland, and our healers were unable to prevent its spread. She wished dearly to see the lands which you claimed in the von Zarevich name.
There is more. I don't know if you can see it.
I think she's lagging
Make
out.
it up.
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
she is lagging out.
Hello?
You're lagging out pretty bad, aren't you?
Sorry, it's my shitty internet.
Okay.
The
Is that better
remainder
now?
of our caravan will arrive in the Barovian hills with the Queen in 7 days' time. Our attending Dawnbringer's magic will ensure that she completes the journey to Castle Ravenloft, and we may conduct a complete burial service at your discretion. Sorrowfully yours, Gurgen Fergusner,
During the Gurgen.
Junior Gruser. That's what I read from that. Oh, F.R. Friar Grinkelbert.
Father!
Grunk. Try Grunk.
Friar Gronk.
Yeah, Nigel, if you want to make an Arcana check for the sword for me, you can. Oh, you did. A 13, yeah, you're not sure, Nigel, what it is.
Oh, oops, did it again. Sorry.
That's fine.
Wow, he definitely doesn't know.
Weird.
Do either of you pick up the chime or the ring?
Yeah.
Both
pick up.
feel magical as you touch them.
Sure. Call
Oh.
Nigel over. Nigel.
Nigel!
Just
Oh,
throw the shit at him.
Oh, detect magic! Yes!
Let me quickly check something.
It's not called detect magic, it's called magic awareness, and I get it wrong every time.
Yeah, you could do. You could also just try and identify them as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. Oops. Huh. Why am I proficient in Arcana?
You're a magical
How did this
barbarian,
happen?
man.
Uncommon. So
That's cool.
anyone can try and identify the ring, but it will be a bit hard if anyone not proficient in Arcana. And then for the chime, you have to be proficient in Arcana.
Okay, let's try it.
Is anybody else proficient in Arcana?
Meadhan!
I've seen this before.
Is Meadhan proficient in Arcana?
No,
Nope.
but he rolled a nat 20 for the ring.
Nice. So the ring, Meadhan, you recognise is a ring of truth-telling. While wearing this ring, you have advantage on wisdom insight checks to determine whether someone is lying to you.
Okay, no, that actually works pretty damn well for me.
Yeah, that's great for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
With your stonky mod.
The other one, only people with proficient in Arcana can roll, so...
That's
That would
Nigel.
be Nigel.
We want to make a roll?
I mean, it
Nigel?
works.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, yeah.
You're not
14?
sure. You're not sure, Nigel.
Yeah.
It feels magical, so feel free to add a magical chime to your inventory. Somebody? Don't mind who.
What was it called? Ring of what?
Ring of truth telling.
Suppose it's not a custom thingy, my bob, is it?
It shouldn't be, no. Might not have the source book for it. WDH. What's WDH? I don't think what that's an acronym for the which source book.
Nor can I.
Just add it as a custom item, Steph. It's fine.
Yeah, would it?
As long as you just remember the advantage for. Yeah, I'll sort out an item later for it on D&D Beyond.
Okay.
Oh, WDH! Waterdeep Dragon Heist.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think we have that, do we?
I certainly don't.
Yeah.
Imagine Kieran might.
That's fine.
Magical chime.
I can't believe this.
So, do you say anything to each other as you're standing in the room after reading the letter?
Let me get. You share the letter again.
I would say it's difficult to feel sympathy for the man, the beast.
I agree. Perhaps this had a hand in what he's become, though.
Yes, if I'd heard of the death of my mother, I'd like to enslave a population and massacre the surrounding peoples too.
Sarcasm. I love it. She says sarcastically. Let me just read it a second again.
I could read it to you if you want.
No, it's okay. But so yeah, I think we're just wondering if she's just wondering if we're going to see any more of this in this dream storyland.
Okay. So, as you're standing here, after a few moments, you talking to yourself amongst yourselves, you begin to hear the footsteps outside of the room, and then within a few short moments, Strahd reappears. You see his eyes immediately lock onto the lockbox that is currently lying open, and he kind of looks around the room, like almost looking for some kind of intruder, but he doesn't seem to notice any of you. And he just says,
Shut the box.
There's somebody here.
Yeah, if you want to shut the box, you can. Yeah.
Shut the box.
You see, kind of like you see it closes, and he kind of jerks back, and he's just like,
Get some reaction there.
Who is here? Show yourself. I know arcane trickery when I see it in my eyes.
I think Meadhan's going to shake the table.
and you see him shake the table, and again he kind of steps back, but he seems less frightened this time, and just locks his eyes on the table itself, quite sort of fiercely. And he just walks up. Are you still holding the letter, Farrah?
Yep.
Yeah, he just walks up and tries to grab it out of your hand.
Okay. Yeah, should let him.
He just pulls it almost like he's pulled it out of the air. And he looks down and he just holds it in his hand, kind of nervously looking around the room. Seemingly no sign of any of you. And he grabs it and folds it and puts it into his side, and then he just strides out of the room. Seemingly unnerved.
I did have one question about whether or not, now we've gotten a good close-up look of him, does he look pretty much exactly now as we have seen him in the past?
Do a perception check for me, Meadhan.
Okay.
At 18, you do think he maybe looks a few years younger. He definitely looks less pale. His hands are not curled into the claw-like appendages you've seen upon him. He looks much more human. There's warmth in his face. There's pinkness to his flesh. He definitely does look... He looks the same but different.
Yeah. He looks well. Looks good.
Yeah, he does comparatively.
Good shape. Huh. Okay.
As you stand around and Strahd sort of nervously looks round and leaves the room, the mists from outside the room just begin to pour into the room once more. And the scene is consumed by mist. And you hear a voice once more speak over.
Escape from the isolation of death was impossible. In my many years, I learned that the brightest days cast the darkest of shadows.
The voice speaks once more.
At my advisor's behest, I called for my remaining family, long unseated from their ancient thrones, and brought them here to settle in the castle I built for them. From this plea came a younger brother of mine, Sergei, nearly grown. I had never known him.
So, as the mists swirl around you once more, a scene begins to unfold around you once more. And you see that you stand on either side of a high-back wooden throne atop a marble dais. Dais? I never know how to pronounce that word. D-A-I-S.
Dais.
Dais, thank you.
Dais.
And I will move you.
Daz.
Big Daz.
Yes.
If you'd like to place your token somewhere around here.
Oh. Holy shit.
Sorry, where?
Where Farrah
Oh,
is.
Cool.
Holy shit.
You see that Strahd stands beside you, donning a scarlet red tunic with glimmering gold clasps and a black cape flowing over his shoulders. You see a hall extends 30 feet ahead. Various guards and well-adorned nobility form an aisle, and the crowd is abuzz with hushed voices. And the attending crowd is illuminated by a towering stained glass window in the far corner, depicting a cerulean and gold sunrise. It's clear from looking around you. In fact, do a insight check for me, anyone who wants to.
I think I might know what's going on. No, Nigel don't.
Fucking hell, Meadhan 24. He's just the god of insight.
Has he put the ring on?
Yeah, I've got the ring on, but it doesn't apply now.
It's only on if it's someone's lying to you.
Lies.
Gotcha.
You look around Meadhan and you can sort of see people whispering amongst themselves. The population here looks like an assortment of different noble families. They look quite posh, wearing very sort of fancy gear. And from the 24 insight check, you definitely get the sense that they are here to greet somebody.
Hmm?
So they're happy to be
Yeah,
here.
they look excited.
Yeah. Okay.
As the murmurs of the hall chatter on, they are eventually quieted by the groan of heavy wooden doors parting. A procession of marching footsteps and the fanfare of trumpets precede a beautiful man with wavy black hair, kind eyes, and a warming smile, leading a group of maybe a dozen people into the chamber. You see a gilded, radiant sword rests at his hip, and the hilt...
Does he look like that guy at the pond?
Do a insight check for me, or a perception check, Farrah. Very much so. Spitting image. Maybe slightly younger based off your perception check. You can see that he begins approaching boldly, like confidently almost. Draped, you see he's draped in familiar robes of the Morning Lord. You recognise the regalia. And like I said, you see this sword resting at his hip, the hilt of which the weapon is very finely crafted, and you would not be faulted for believing it was almost made of pure light. He makes his way up to the throne, followed by Rahadin, and you would see, I haven't got them on the map, but you would see a number of other figures dressed in sort of armour similar to, adorned with the symbol of Ravenloft, sort of just make their way around the room. And he makes his way up and drops a knee before the throne. You see Rahadin strides up next to Strahd and turns to face the audience, almost like feet away from you, Meadhan. And you see he sort of looks out and holds his hands up and on either side of him and says,
"Welcome, Sergei von Zarovich, second son of King Barov and Queen Ravenovia, awakened son of the Morning Lord, to our castle Ravenloft. The keep's splendors and comforts are yours."
You see Sergei rises to his feet, Strahd rising in turn, and then steps down the marble stairs towards him, standing about half a foot taller than his younger brother. And he reaches out to shake his hand, but as their forearms meet, you see Sergei pulls his brother in for a hug. And you see that who's watching can do an insight check for me. Fucking Meadhan, man. I think all of you would recognise that. You can see as he's pulled in, Strahd looks very uncomfortable. He does not look particularly pleased that his brother has pulled in like this.
In a angry, upset, awkward.
In the natural 20, it feels awkward. He looks like he's not used to showing this kind of affection. And he looks very uncomfortable showing kind of that kind of physical intimacy.
Okay.
You see the room begins to erupt with applause, like, hey, clapping. And you see Strahd step back, and you see the man, the younger brother Sergei, look up, and he just says, "Brother." Strahd sort of steps back and looks out over the room as people are cheering on, and he sort of clears his throat and pronounces, making sure it's, especially that 27 insight check, Meadhan. You can tell he's trying to do this loud enough for everyone else to be able to hear, as if he's trying to keep up appearances.
Okay.
And he says,
"It is good to have you, brother. Come, let us celebrate."
And then you see, as the room continuously cheering, that on the stained glass window, shining through this bright light, hitting you, powerful rays overtaking your vision, and you're briefly blinded as you all blink. And then you find yourselves outside. You can feel a gentle breeze brush against your cheek. Feel free to place your tokens around in this area. You get an earthy smell of fresh grass brings spring and summer warmth to your soul. This is, this warmth and light feels cleansing to you. Being Cal, you most certainly feel like you need to cover up. It's not only have you been living in a land devoid of sunlight for hundreds of years, you're a drow. It hurts your skin almost.
He would pull up his hood, which he hasn't had to use for a long time.
The rest of you, though, like Meadhan, you kind of like just sort of take this deep breath in, and you can feel the air like going into your lungs. It feels completely real, and it's this refreshing summer air. And each of you is wrapped in the embrace of the sun. But your serene focus is broken by raucous cheering as the crowd is just like going absolutely crazy, basically. You see that there's 3 sets of tiered benches have been constructed around a ring of dirt. And 2 guests you would see. These 2 currently stand at its centre, in studded armour and with their weapons drawn.
Oh.
Well,
some feet ahead of you, you see there, to the easterly direction, there is a path that leads to an overlook. And even from this distance, you can see the snow caps of far-off mountain ranges to the east. And anyone who wants can do a quick perception check for me.
What about insight?
This side is just it gets certain way out and then complete fog. Oh, you said on insight. Sorry, I misheard you. I thought you said what about this side? You said.
That's all right. Nigel's got it this time.
Yeah. So, looking out, Nigel in particular, you and Farrah as well, you spot a small village that looks an awful lot like the village of Barovia.
Yeah.
That we passed through quite some time ago now.
Yeah.
You see, after these two young combatants in this ring of dirt doing combat, and eventually Rahadin steps forward as they kind of both bow towards him after finishing their combat, and he steps up to the one on the right and raises his hand, and the crowd just go crazy crazy above, and then they bow and part ways like this, and then Rahadin at the center says,
A new round of fights will begin soon. Challengers may select their opponent. Please, come forward, any who wish to make a challenge. None are off limits.
he looks around to all
To
of
Rahadin.
you. Rahadin looks in all of your direction.
Does he seem to, like, yes, like in our direction, as if
Yep,
he recognizes us?
he definitely looks like he's recognizes you're there.
Is he?
Oh.
I'm confused. Is he trying to fight him?
He's calling out for anyone who wants to challenge somebody to step forward.
Guys, shall I do it?
Looks like Meadhan is the one stepping up.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What'd you say, Meadhan?
Meadhan. He just lifts his hammer and points it towards Rahadin.
This is
A challenge against myself. How interesting.
and you see Sergei in the back is like, very good. Show them a good time.
Very well. Let the exhibition match begin.
Alright, so let us roll initiative. Meadhan, if you want to roll initiative.
Do it. Oh, that's not too bad.
Let's grab Rahadin. There he is.
Ow.
Natural 20 on the initiative. Right, so how this works is that each fight is conducted either until one fighter earns essentially 5 points. So you're not trying to actively kill them, but essentially they're trying to, once you hit, it's essentially one.
Sorry,
Sorry,
are these
go
the rules? Are you telling me that I can't try and kill
You
Rahadin?
certainly can try and kill him, yeah. But I'm telling you how they are explaining the rules of the exhibition fight in the world. So each time you hit, you gain a point, and then they will call off the match and announce the winner, whoever is the first to 5 points.
Okay.
So, Rahadin will swing out with his first attack with a scimitar. He gets a 12.
Also
That's a miss.
disadvantage, right?
Well,
Would be a
I mean,
disadvantage,
yeah.
you're right, yeah. Let me change
Because it
that.
could be a 1.
Yeah, let's have a look. It's not, so.
Yep.
And that is his turn. He swings out and you dodge out the way, Meadhan, and he kind of has a kind of coy smile towards you.
Alright. Meadhan's going to rage.
If you do.
Yeah. He's going to attack him recklessly.
Okay, with advantage then. A 20 definitely hits. Got 8 points of damage. I'll mark it off.
And second attack.
Second attack.
Ow.
Misses those. You swing in with a tune hammer, slamming into the side, and you see one man at the side and says, "One to the big man!" And the second attack misses. Back to Rahadin, who smiles coyly at you and he says, "Good hit, my friend." And then says, "But dodge this." And he strikes out a first strike with the scimitar. 14.
Yeah, that hits.
And he'll strike out a second time. 17, so...
Yeah, that hits.
1, 2, they raise 2 fingers up in the air as Rahadin. And he...
How much damage am I taking?
You're not taking any. He's not trying to hurt you.
Okay.
Are you trying to hurt him?
I was going to say I was. Does he, I don't know, react? Anyway?
Yeah, he would take sort of a glancing blow, and it's not enough to do any significant damage to him, and he would sort of say, "Careful where you're swinging that."
Uh-huh. I'm going to recklessly attack again.
Okay.
Don't know if you're noticing a pattern here.
A 19 hits.
Oh, thank God.
So another 9 damage. 21 also hits for a further 7 damage. And they raise 2 more fingers up in the air. 3 to 2. Is that everything you did?
Yeah.
No. Raiden taking 2 hard blows. Seems to be slightly irritable at you. And he says, "This is an exhibition match. I suggest that you watch your aim." And he's going to make the first attack with disadvantage because of your cloak. A 19 to hit.
Wouldn't it level out to straight roll because of...
Oh, reckless, you're right.
Reckless.
Well, a 19 hit anyway, so they raise it up to 3-3.
Don't go to penalties.
A 26 hits, 4-3. And then he's going to use his last multi-attack, because he does have 3 attacks, technically.
3!
Yeah. For a 15.
Bugger. Yeah.
And with that, the exhibition match is called to a close as he raises up 5 fingers. And he said, "And the winner is Commander Rahadin!" And the crowd just start cheering, going mental. And he says, he just looks at you and just... he looks at you as he swiftly dodges out the way of the tune hammer. The second one hitting into him. And he says, "The fight is over. Rejoin the rest of the crowd." And he says, "Do not have the guards restrain you."
I'd like to see them try.
Is he
go again?
Okay?
Just recklessly.
Yeah.
Ah!
Definitely hits. Further 20 points of damage. Joke. In that case, he says, "I think this man has had too much to drink. Guards!" And you see
Farrah would step forward. She just sort of waves her hand. She's like, "There's no need. You're right. He's just drunk." And she's gonna look at you, Meadhan. Do you react?
Yeah, he's gonna swing out a Rahadin again.
She's gonna grab the weapon to try and stop him.
He's gonna go flying along with that hammer.
Yeah, it is Rahadin's turn. So, since he can see that you're trying to swing out again, he's going to make 3 proper attacks against you. First is a 13.
Just about.
Oh wait, it should be a disadvantage. Roll it again.
No, because Meadhan
I did
reckless.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's a second attack. Is a 15. Which hits as well, and then third attack is
9.
a 16.
Okay.
So 16 plus 25 points of damage to you, Meadhan, halved. So it would be 4 plus 4 is 8, and then another 4, so 12 points of damage.
12, yeah.
I will roll initiative for the guards, and Farrah, if you want to roll initiative too.
Yep.
15. Okey-doke. Farrah, you're up next.
Yeah, she's not really doing much. She just kind of puts a hand on his weapon as he raises it and says, "Meadhan, I know, but this isn't real. He's not real. I know it feels like it, though. I understand." That's it.
Okey-doke. Meadhan.
He does his best to just yank it out of her hands and just inform her that, "Look, I'm hitting him. This is real."
Yeah.
Are we gonna wrestle over my weapon, or?
She's not got the greatest of grips. Probably not.
If you want to, you can make contesting athletics checks.
Sure.
Yeah, dial it to Farrah.
Whoa.
Farrah natural 20s though. She does
Damn.
manage to pull you back. I would say it limits you to 1 attack per turn, Meadhan, while she's doing it, because you're still a huge Goliath.
Yeah.
Calm thoughts, Meadhan. Remember that spell?
Sun's going down, big guy. No, yeah, he's gonna smack again, but not recklessly. And just the one, if I have to. 11.
It misses, unfortunately.
It's like, let go, Farrah!
I feel bad.
Guards run forward, and they're going to try and grapple you. So I'll have them make 3 strength checks. If you want to make athletics checks in turn. Where are they? And a 5, an 11, and an 11. So 3 athletics checks for me.
Athletics is a strength check, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rage, you gain
Yeah.
advantage on strength
Do indeed.
checks. I didn't even remember that. So I could have had that against Farrah, but never mind. So 3 athletics with advantage. First one.
23, definitely passes.
Second one.
25 definitely passes. 23 definitely passes. You just shrug off these guards.
Puny guards.
Back to Rahadin, who now begins swinging into you again. 21 to hit 12, half to 6.
I'm not recklessing, so back to disadvantage.
Oh, okay. Reroll that then.
Until he hits, anyway.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
so
Right.
11 points of damage, half to 5.
Swing away.
Second attack is a 24, 7 half to 3. And the third attack is a 17, 8 half to 4.
Owie.
Farrah.
Yeah, she just says to Meadhan, I don't know what will happen if you're taken from this area of the dream, Meadhan. This story. Yeah. She's gonna go from holding Meadhan, like trying to actively get in the way of Rahadin.
Okay.
And she's gonna cure wounds on Meadhan.
Okay.
Cal would like to interject at this point as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's not taking any actions. He's just kind of steps up a little bit, and he's not shouting, but he says to Meadhan, "We'll both get our chance at the real thing, Meadhan. I promise you."
So 6 points of healing to Meadhan.
Thank you.
And Meadhan's go is next, so if you react at all, Meadhan.
Is Rahadin? Does he look like I've hurt him at all?
Not massively. You got a few big blows in, but not particularly.
So he doesn't look like he's wounded, like he's bleeding.
Not really.
No, he's going to keep trying.
Okay.
Just going to ignore Cal. Like he'll give him a glance and just shrug him off. Farrah, you said that you're standing in the way.
Mostly Rahadin's way, but I mean, I guess that's in Meadhan's way as well.
Okay.
I was going to say, so you're literally in between the two of us.
Kind of.
What's that?
With what intention? To stop him or to stop me?
Kind of both.
Sounds like you're in between the both of them to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in
your hand
between, but
either
kind of
way,
like
but
on the side. Yeah. Pretty much in the middle.
I will give him cover.
So. Alright, so if I'm going to want to do anything with Farrah, that's going to take up an action now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What am I doing? I can just... There's nothing she can do. I'm just going to prance around like this.
Yeah.
Get around her. I'm gonna...
These guards do anything with that?
No, they don't.
do they?
They don't take opportunity attacks. No.
Okay.
I'm gonna grapple him.
Yeah, go for it.
What's that? Athletics, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he is grappled.
Cool.
That's restrained. No, grappled.
And I'll just shout in his face, spittle flying out. You don't know what you're gonna do.
The gate guards move up to here. You see a few more move out as well. And they will attempt to grapple Meadhan.
Bring it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh.
One gets a natural 20. So
Yeah, man.
if you will,
Well,
make an
Start from the top.
Yep, start from the top.
First one.
However, However, with the natural 20, I would say.
I was going to say first one, and then the second one, and then third,
Yeah,
fourth,
yeah,
blah,
yeah.
blah, blah. Second one, I'm going to need a natural 20.
Oh, the first one was Rahadin, so that was the first one, the natural 20.
Oh, I'm not even looking at it right. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is the second one, which still
passes, yeah.
So I beat that guy.
Easily
Hey.
beat that guy.
There we go.
Beat that guy as well.
4, 5,
Beat that guy as well.
6.
And beat that guy as well. So one guy is grappling.
It's just that natural 20
Yeah.
holding on to me.
This guy is going to try and pull you back then. So he's going to move 5, 10, 15 feet. So he's going to pull you back to here.
I dragging Rahadin
Yeah,
with me,
you
right?
certainly are, yeah.
Oh.
It is Rahadin's turn. He's going to make 3 attacks against you.
Excuse me.
First is a 25 to hit, 9 half to 4. Second is a 12. Does that hit?
I mean, this will have disadvantage.
Oh, my bad. So 12 would be the first hit then.
Okay, that's a miss.
Okay, so second hit. Again with disadvantage. Is a 13.
Just meets it, yeah.
Okay, so 3 points of slashing damage, and then the final hit. She'll roll. The 19.
Yep.
For 5 points of slashing damage.
Owie!
Farrah, are you doing anything?
Don't know what to do. Can she see where where they're taking him to? Like, is there an open door or?
It looks like just trying to get him away from Rahadin at the moment.
Okay. As long as they're not taking him through a misty door. Let's do a healing word.
Can Cal roll initiative in this round?
You can indeed.
Actually, we'll do a healing spirit. Let's do that instead.
If you get anything between 18 and 22, I'm gonna fucking hate you. Oh.
Yeah, so healing spirit on Meadhan right now.
What does that do?
It's the one where you put it in a place and it heals 1d6.
Okay, gonna roll the d6.
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't actually even apply the healing from before. Was it you casted 2 cure wounds?
It was
So
one.
it was the one, yeah. 6.
It's 10 healing.
So it's just
in
the
total.
6 in total
Healing work
right
and
now.
the healing spirit.
I'm awfully grateful, but yeah.
Do it again in a minute.
Meadhan, it's your go.
How would you want to play it out if I just wanted to like try and strangle him?
You can make a. I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I would count it as an unarmed attack, I guess.
Kinda. Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, definitely hits. 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you're trying to choke him.
I literally just have both hands around his skinny little neck.
Yeah. Cal, it's your go.
Then it would be the suffocating rules, right? When you're drowning.
Ooh.
Yeah, you could do actually.
Ooh, now you're talking. How does that work?
God.
It's con mod, yeah. 1 minute is a con. 1 is like 1 minute.
Equal 1 plus its constitution modifier, so it's a pretty long time in combat. So
I was gonna say,
probably not gonna. Rule it
I'm willing to try.
Cal, it's your go.
Yep. Cal Cal's gonna step up to here.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, this isn't even gonna work. Cal's not that strong. He's gonna try and shove Meadhan to try and break his grip on Rahadin.
Yep. Okie doke.
So he's just like trying to bull charge him with his shoulder.
Yeah.
But Cal is not of Meadhan's height or build, so
Yeah.
this probably won't go very well.
Athletics contested check.
Yeah, just bounces off.
The guards once more. I'm going to try and grapple you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 guards.
Nah.
I do not think.
Alright. 6 again, isn't it?
5.
5.
Oh, 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, you can't fail the last
Oh!
one. No, he's
Ooh.
got a natural one,
That's
so
fine, that's fine.
he's just shrugging everyone off. I'll head in this time. Yes.
Sorry to drag this out, Kieran, but this feels really good.
He's going to make attack with disadvantage at you. 14.
Still hits.
3 damage. Second attack.
Keep them coming.
19 for
Yep.
another 4. And a
Yep,
14
yep, yep.
for another 3.
3, 6, 10.
Farrah.
So she'll do the spirit again, another d6.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, 6 HP for you, Meadhan. And she's gonna call to Nigel.
I will say the crowd is just cheering on, like they're not even
Yeah.
sure what's
I bet.
happening.
This is the best Ravenloft
Yeah.
mania there's ever been.
Yeah.
Yeah, Farrah's just gonna call to Nigel to come and help.
I wonder where this land got this horrible feeling of non-humans.
Farrah is gonna try this. Let's try and do it. Let's try see if I can do it. Hang on.
How do-
I don't know if it'll work that way actually.
I
Hang
got
on, let
some
me just check it.
stuff.
Firecracker.
Not far off.
I don't know how this will work with grappling, Lewis.
Just tell me what you want to do, and then
You-
I can...
Basically, I want to pull Rahadin out of it with gust. You can push a medium creature away
Mm-hmm.
5 feet, but I don't know how that works with grapple. Maybe it just ungrapples and doesn't push away? It's up to you.
Would it be my strength against your...
Spell save DC.
Magic?
I would say,
Yeah.
Meadhan, make a strength saving throw.
Oh, strength saving?
Yeah.
I think that has advantage as well, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn it.
Yeah, passes.
Worth a try.
Okey-doke.
But yeah, she's called over Nigel now as well.
Does
Come
Nigel
and
want to
help.
roll initiative?
Nigel's BRB.
Oh, well.
What about Helen? Is he just chilling?
Strong.
I suppose Crystal Helen wouldn't care, right?
Not really.
Damn it. No.
How is Strahd reacting?
He's just kind of looking on. Seems this has only been a few seconds. It's been a bit of a kerfuffle.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think these
yeah.
guests just think this is a really drunk guest who's acting like an idiot.
Yeah.
It's your go, Meadhan.
Yeah, another strangle. I guess I'm armed.
Yep, an arm strike. Yep, definitely hits. So 4 points of damage.
On the crazy off chance this works, could you put a little timer up for him? I've had what, 2 rounds now?
God, it would be so long.
What was it? 1 minute plus something. So that's what, 10 plus rounds?
What's this con mod?
It's minutes, not rounds. So. So his con mod
was
is
a long
plus
time.
3. So.
How long would that be? From Could breath for a number of minutes equal.
You know,
Oh, I see.
So it would be
That
like
would be a little
40
while,
rounds.
wouldn't it? That would be a little while, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
it would.
Never mind.
You've got a blade, Meadhan.
I do, but I've also got personal beef.
You can make a second unarmed strike if you want. You've got multi-attack.
Oh yeah, why not? Come on then. I've got 2 hands.
Misses. Cal.
Squeeze with the left, squeeze with the right.
Yeah.
Cal, from this position, with his hood up and everything, he kind of dies, and the shadows from within his hood and from within the cloak seem to kind of emanate outwards, and his voice raises in volume, and he just shouts, "Enough!" And he's gonna use Dreadful Aspect, Channel
shit.
Divinity.
Mm.
What
So
does that do?
everyone except for Farrah in this immediate little vicinity, including Rahadin and including Meadhan, needs to make a Wisdom save.
Okey-doke.
Rage doesn't help with that.
No, I haven't got that
Not
many
unless
left.
you're a berserker.
Oh, really? Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'll make just one in general for the guards because they aren't particularly.
Yeah. It's not a very high DC.
Ah.
Oh! Rahadin and Meadhan fail, but the guards pass. So Rahadin and Meadhan are now frightened of Cal. They have the frightened condition.
Okay.
There is no extra, they have to run away or anything.
Yeah.
But they can only make a save once they're out of eyesight of me, so until that happens, they are frightened of Cal.
Okey-doke.
Out of eyesight. Interesting.
You can't just close your eyes. Can't see him, he's not there!
The
Yeah.
gate guards.
Under the covers, Meadhan.
Oh no, sorry. If it moves more than 30 feet from you, it can attempt another saving throw.
I will actually make more wisdom saves because this could affect things more than I thought it would. So passes.
Pass. 13.
Fails.
I was
Fails.
gonna say the problem is I can't go anywhere.
Fails.
Can if you let go. Oh wait, because the guard there.
Fails.
Yep. I'm not gonna go
These
towards you, am I?
two-
Yeah, true.
So these ones are backing off.
Okay. Jolly good.
This one's dropping the grapple on Meadhan. Backing off. These two up here are going to surround Meadhan, and in fact they're going to attack him because he's becoming such a problem.
Stabbity stab.
So
I think that means I nearly killed Rahadin. I'm a problem now.
a
Yep.
14, so it's 3.
Oh no, wait. Disadvantage.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Or is it? On a
Yeah,
10, or is
it was your turn last.
So it's,
That still hits, though.
3 points of piercing damage. And then the second one gets advantage because of that. Well, that's the reason I rolled it without a disadvantage because it was.
Yep.
flanking.
So both of those hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
So 3 and then 5.
5. Yep.
I knew there was a reason. My brain.
Smart.
I did not expect this to come to combat in this way. Rahadin is going to throw out 3 attacks at Meadhan. Because he's still grappled by him, so he can't get away.
Just trying to read my healing spirit. I'm confused of when I can use it.
It's when they step
Well-
into it or when they end their turn or something like that, I think.
Yeah, but then
I was
when
gonna say,
do
you
I do
rolled-
it though?
You just do it whenever. It's not on your turn thing, I'm pretty sure.
So I could do it now.
Put the thing in the thing for me.
The thing in the thing.
Whenever a creature moves into the space for the first time or starts its turn there. So it has to, Meadhan has to start his turn in the spot, or he has to move into the space. When he does those things, that's when you can do it.
Okay. I can do it whenever. Okay.
Whenever those conditions are fulfilled, yeah. So 14 Meadhan, I believe, hits.
Well, I was going to say, you ruled it that this guard let me go because he was scared.
Yeah.
So, in that case, I'd probably do the same to Rahadin.
Okay.
So if we're both terrified right now.
In that case, then, Rahadin will back up and just sort of look out into the crowd, and he looks pissed off that you're kind of disrupting the exhibition tournament, so he's just like,
Take this drunkard away.
and he's just gonna move off back towards Strahd. Farrah.
Farrah is gonna walk away, walk back up here, and kind of stand in the way, kind of. Not really, but, you know. He can just walk around, hey.
Okay. Anything else?
She will ready a gust to push Meadhan away
Okay.
if he comes closer over here.
Meadhan.
Even though I think I was standing there, but, you know.
If he's now terrified, I'd probably say his rage would drop and he'd start a running. Why?
Okay.
Make another saving throw.
What was it?
Yep, you're far enough.
He did start his turn in the place
Yeah,
where I
that's
think
fine.
it's start.
Oh, yeah, some more healing.
2 HP.
Thank you.
That's the 4th one there.
Was it another wisdom?
Yep, save. 13, you got a hit.
Oh.
Fail.
Ah!
So what is Meadhan's plan here going forward? Because I don't want to keep continuing the combat. If it's gonna, is he gonna keep going for Rahadin, or is he gonna?
No, he'd run and hide from Cal until that went away, and then now he's kind of back to his senses.
Mhm.
Yeah, he'd taken everything everyone's been trying to say to him.
Okay, with
Yeah,
that then
not
I think we will end combat.
Yeah.
Right.
Having a little cry.
No.
You can see that the crowd are going a bit wild, and the guards have kind of cornered off Meadhan in this one area, and you see Rahadin kind of rejoins next to Strahd, and definitely looks like he's taken a few bruises. Alexander Gwilym kind of slaps him on the back, like kind of slightly mockingly, and he looks like his pride's been wounded a little bit. And then he makes his way to the center of the circle, and he says, well, these events can certainly get a bit out of hand at sometimes, but I hope you are all enjoying the show. He looks around and he says, would any others wish to challenge? Kind of slightly awkwardly and nervously, because he's like, doesn't really want that to happen again.
And Farrah just kind of shakes her head and backs up a bit.
Very well. He looks around, and as he's like getting ready to call the exhibition tournament to a close, you see Sergei rises from his seat, and steps forwards. And he says,
Uh-oh.
I wish to make a challenge. And Alexander Gwilym looks towards him and says, oh, of course. Please state who you wish to challenge. Sir, Lord von Zarevich. And then he looks to his brother and he just says, I wish to challenge my brother, Lord Strahd von Zarevich. And you see the crowd goes absolutely ballistic. Like the roar is like, the excitement is incredible. These two noble lords, two brothers. So you see Strahd kind of looks back at Rahadin and his somewhat bruised face, and he begins to step forward, not turning down the challenge. And you see, after Alexander Gwilym holds up his hands and then drops them, signaling the fight to start, and immediately you see Sergei's sword flies down, nearly chopping Strahd in half from the crown, but the Lord raises his sword in time to leave an inch's gap between steel and skull. You see Sergei dips back, narrowly evading his brother's red, black and gold parrying dagger. He props up, tossing his own parrying dagger into a reverse grip and tilting his short sword, not like a noble in a duel, but more like a teenager in a street brawl. Strahd's eyes survey Sergei's admittedly sloppy stance, and in a flurry of black cloth he dives to an opening on his left before feigning right with the ritual dagger. The young von Zarevich stumbles but manages to catch his brother's arm batting the dagger away just as the point scratches his armor. Back on his feet, Sergei brings the blade around in a broad sweep across his body and spins frantically towards his target. Strahd parries the obvious attack with significant ease. However, the dervish twirls mask the dagger that nearly finds the elder brother's throat. Strahd moves into the whirling blades like a dancer, twirling in tandem with a partner, pulling his neck back enough to avoid the fine steel edge and forcing his brother to overstep. He stands swiftly upright, his blade held straight, the point pressed gently to the base of Sergei's skull. They both lower their weapons and bow, as Strahd is pronounced the winner. The crowd erupts once more. Sergei and Strahd both look out over the people. Sergei waves enthusiastically. An enormous smile is plastered across his exuberant face, and hardly a drop of sweat breaks on his forehead. Strahd, however, you can see is drenched in sweat. He blots his face with a black handkerchief and waves out of obligation. His penetrating eyes snap briefly in his brother's direction, cutting more harshly than his longsword ever could. The mists now roll in up from the overlook. From deep beneath, you see the mist just rising up, and then, like a huge page on a book once more, the wall of fog just falls down, collapsing on all of you, as Meadhan stares his angry stare out at Rahadin, and the scene collapses and the voice echoes out once more.
He was handsome and youthful. I hated him for both.
And you hear the voice once more.
But then, all my disparaging thoughts fell away like dead leaves. She was, without doubt, the most beautiful person I had ever seen.
And suddenly the mist swirls around you once more, rising up, and you find yourself beneath 3 enormous crystal chandeliers which brilliantly illuminate a magnificent feast hall. I'll move you over to the next map. If you'd like to place yourselves at the table.
Um,
In flashback, Steph.
And if Kieran is there, well, I hope he is. You there, Kieran?
I wouldn't blame him if he fell
No,
asleep.
totally fair. I'll send him a little message if he's there.
In the fight,
Yes.
because Cal was watching Strahd intently as he was fighting,
Mm-hmm.
was his fighting... Was it similar to his like stance and style? Was it similar to when Cal confronted Strahd?
Most certainly.
Okay.
You with a grace about it and an intelligence.
Mhm.
However, one thing you would have noticed when you fought him, Cal, when you guys in inverted commas defeated Strahd,
Yeah.
the more the closer you got him to death, the more like monstrous his fighting style became.
Yeah.
And more erratic.
Cool. Thank you.
I don't suppose there's any sign of Kieran.
Kieran.
Was that?
I had an NPC to prepare for him to play, but
Oh.
it's a shame. Oh well.
If that NPC doesn't have gout, I will be surprised as
It
fuck.
was a pretty great NPC for him to play, to be honest. That's why I'm kind of disappointed he's not here. Let me message him on Facebook, hold on.
It's probably our Meadhan's going to drag this out for a while. I'll go have a shit.
I'll go have a poo. If anyone wants to take a quick break, then feel free to. Give Kieran a couple of minutes.
I may go for a pee, actually.
Yeah,
If he's not back by 1:45, then we'll carry on. Thank you all being so patient with the kind of on rails Easter.
I love it.
It's definitely different. I think we might get through most of it tonight, though.
Oh,
Not all of
baby.
it. Yeah.
Cal was very tempted to challenge Strahd.
Yeah, I was curious if anyone would. You guys missed out on a pretty good magic item as well. If you guys had won one of the duels, you would have got an animated shield.
What?
Yeah,
That's cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Oh man, I should just challenge some random bozo in the crowd.
You certainly could have as
I
well.
challenged that guy. He's been looking at me funny. To be fair, Cal would have had disadvantage on all his attacks because of the sunlight. Though I was tempted to cast darkness
Well, that would
during
have
the
been cool.
duel.
I thought something like that might happen, but I didn't quite as I expected, because Meadhan was just like, fuck it.
Never doubt Steph's
No.
capacity to play things to the hilt. I love it to bits.
I had a really cool idea, though, if he did get Brad into 0, though. I think I would have had some kind of wound to transmit to the real Rahadin.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah.
A nasty scar.
Yeah, exactly. And have some kind of permanent effect on him.
Fuck, I should have just healed you, Steph. He's gone for a pee.
He was pretty fine, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
He wasn't even bloodied.
Shit. Yeah.
I don't think Kieran's here, so... A shame. I would have liked to see his portrayal of this NPC.
I'm back.
Position, heal thyself. Tell you what, since Kieran's not here to play it, and Anya's been a little quiet with Nigel, because Nigel's not had a huge amount to say.
Oh, good.
Would you like to play this NPC, Anja?
Yes!
Okay, I think you'll like it. Okay.
Sorry for when you hear this back, Kieran, but it's me! I'm doing it!
Okay, so I'm going to send you a message on Facebook, Anja. This will have the NPC's basic personality and their goals throughout the dinner.
Oh, oh baby. Do I get to do a silly voice?
Yeah, go for it. She's meant to be.
Yes!
She's not.
Sorry. Clearly very excited about this.
I just love how I'm gonna send you a message on Facebook. Got a gasp.
Right. I've sent you the message on Facebook, Anja. That is her name.
Oh my god.
Second gasp.
Oh, I did put that in the buff. Okay, cool. Is that all okay?
Yep.
Okay, so as the mist gathers round, you find yourself sitting at this table in a magnificent feast hall. Pillars of stone stand against dull white marble walls supporting the ceiling. At the centre of the far west wall, between floor-to-ceiling mirrors, brass pipes climb the stone like grapevines. They extend upward from the wooden base of a expansive pipe organ. The grand fireplace set into the southern wall blankets the room in a homey warmth. You are seated in the centre of the room at a chestnut refectory table draped with a white satin tablecloth. The table is laden with an assortment of delectable foods, roasted beast basted in a savoury sauce, roots and herbs from distant lands, and sweet fruits and vegetables of all sizes and colour. Places are set for each of you and a number of other guests, with delicate porcelain and silver. At each plate is a crystal goblet filled with a amber liquid emanating a delicate, tantalising fragrance. You look around. Can Helen, Meadhan, Farrah, and Nigel please do insight checks for me?
Ooh. Is the NPC this one or this one?
This one.
I thought so.
Yeah. So, a 22, a 16, a 21. Everyone apart from Farrah, you look at this woman here and notice that she shares a strange resemblance to Irina.
Mm.
Ooh.
So as the guests sit down, you see Sergei lights up at the end of the table and he says, it is all lovely to have everyone here, my brother, to host us all at this wonderful castle. Please, and he turns to you, Nigel, and says, I don't believe we have met. Please tell me about yourself. I'm most curious to meet some of the guests who share the table with my brother and my family.
My name is Nigel Fitzwilliam Montague Woundcaller. I am... Actually, where is Nigel from? That's stupid.
That's a good question.
I am...
Home.
I think you said it was
Mountain.
near Neverwinter last time.
Yeah. I am from near Neverwinter, in the mountains.
Oh, I have not heard of this Neverwinter. You must be from quite foreign lands.
Yes, I have travelled extensively throughout my lifetime.
Well, it's quite lovely to meet you. My brother's right hand, Alexander here, told me that you were all served in my brother's army during the war.
Yes, it was a long and bloody feud. But we got the better of them.
Yes, quite certainly you did. We now sit in the lands upon which my brother built this castle. In memory of my mother.
For which...
You certainly look like a formidable opponent. Sorry, do go on. I do not mean to interrupt.
No, I was just going to say, for which I think we should raise a toast. And then Dorfnia would be like, oh yes, I reckon, loving another glass of wine. This is going to be an action Tom's going to recognise really well, because this is my, like, stupid old lady character.
I'm glad.
Yep.
She even has a my son thing going on as well, Tom.
Amazing.
Sergei looks to Lady Dilisnea and he says, it's lovely to have you, to meet you finally in person, Lady Dilisnea. I am most sorry to hear about your husband.
Oh. What's her husband's name? He doesn't have a name.
Let me quickly look.
Shall I just...
Her husband's name is Balthazar.
My lovely Balthazar, and you bloody Von Zaroviches, your bloody foot is dead. Can somebody get me another glass of wine?
Sergei kind of gets to his feet and rushes over to the wine cabinet. He's like, yes, of course, Lady Dilisnea. I shouldn't have brought it up. I apologise.
She takes a sip. Oh, that's better. You remind me of my son Leo. He's a lovely boy, but he helps us up. We love to have our cup of tea together on a Friday, and he sometimes brings me some special biscuits from when he goes on his travels. And she would just continue in his stupid vein.
I've met your son. He is I've heard of his tales of his exploits in battle. He's quite the fine warrior, I've heard.
Oh, but isn't he? Oh, I always tell him when he goes off, he needs to be more careful. Make sure he comes back to his old mum, and I'll give him a lovely kiss on the cheek. Just make sure he comes home safely. But yes, not like his dear father, my lovely Balthazar.
How do you all react to this strange?
It's just looking at this woman and thinking, how the hell is he at this table with Strahd?
I think Cal's left eye is like twitching slightly as he's trying to stare daggers at Strahd, and his internal mood is being completely broken by the sobbing old lady across the table.
I think that's Tom's reaction, because he's heard my son David so many times.
Also true.
Yeah, she does look very noble though. The clothes she's wearing are probably the finest noble clothes you could find. She almost looks more grand than Strahd and Sergei themselves. She's
What was her surname?
Dilisnea.
Is that the same as the guy
It is.
on the horses?
That was.
Oh,
That's her
that's
son.
Leo.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? How do you say her first name?
Dorfnir.
Dorfnir.
Um.
Okay. Yeah, and then she just continues sobbing, and then like keep sipping wine, but like, oh, that's better. Oh, lovely. Oh.
I need to
You
know.
got her
Anya.
teeth in. Jeez.
Sorry, Hannah, go.
I said, does she have teeth?
Yeah.
In my vision of my old lady character, she has very false teeth that keep accidentally sliding out of her mouth.
Yeah, that sounds very
Whoa.
accurate to me.
Like she'd be taking a sip of wine, and then she'd like put a cup back down, and there'd be teeth in it.
Oh,
Amazing.
How does Strahd react to her?
He seems to find her. Actually, do an insight check for me.
I shall. Three.
Hard to read him exactly. He's pretty stone-faced about it.
Yep.
As this old lady keeps nattering on, you see Sergei addresses the rest of you, and he looks to you, Helen, and you, Farrah, and then Meadhan and Cal, and he says, "Please, all introduce yourselves. I'm curious to meet you all."
I am Farrah Fellmirr. She gestures to Helen. Does Helen say anything, or no? That's Helen. I don't know what her last name is. Terra. Helen Terra. Yeah, and then she gestures to Cal. And to Meadhan. I can't remember what Meadhan's last name is.
The best last name.
you don't want to remember.
Yeah.
Well, you say your name, because I can't remember.
Well, he wouldn't be speaking for himself.
Yeah, Sergei's just looking out.
Cal
Yeah.
would speak for himself. Would say, "My name is Kalanrogh Al'Qell. I'm a fervent admirer of your brothers."
Ah, yes. My brother is has quite the reputation now. And you see Strahd says, kind of looks to Sergei and he says,
Yes, some of us have reputations to uphold and not to tarnish.
and
Oof.
Sergei kind of laughs and he says, "My older brother, always the joking one." And then he turns to the lady here, and he says, "And you, my lady, well, we have not met either." And you can see that she visibly lights up when Sergei addresses her, and she says,
Hello, my name is Tatiana.
And he says, "Well, it's quite a beautiful name." He says,
Thank you, my lord.
and he says, "Where are you from? Are you of a noble house?"
She says, no, I am from the village in Barovia. I'm your brother. We met not long ago. He invited me.
You see Strahd kind of is like keenly watching, and he says, he speaks up and he says,
Yes, she is quite the intelligent soul. I have not seen beauty of the body and mind in one woman in all of my lifetime.
and she says, she looks to him and says,
Thank you, my lord. It is very kind of you, and you are most wise yourself.
and you can see Strahd starts engaging Titania and Tatiana in a lot of different questions about herself and her interests, and you can see sort of Sergei's kind of watching on, but it doesn't seem. You can tell that Strahd is trying to make a lot of advances towards Tatiana, quite flirtatious, but also with like a heavy hint of romanticism.
Sorry, Lewis. These two aren't married, are they?
Nope, just met.
No.
And you can see that Sergei's kind of talking with Lady Dilisnea and occasionally chatting with Alexander Gwilym, and there's
You're a beautiful young lady. You know how you would go, I should set you up with my son Leo. He's a lovely boy.
Strahd would definitely reply and say,
I'm afraid Leo has little time for such things. He is a man of war and battle.
Oh no, he's got a lovely soft side to him. He loves to come and give his old mum a cuddle in the morning when he wakes up, just like he did when he was a little boy.
you see Sergei.
God, I've turned into Davy's mum.
You see Sergei is like sipping on this wine and he lets out like a really hearty chuckle. And you see Strahd is just kind of like just visibly kind of staring at Lady Dilisnea, and then immediately goes to re-talk to Tatiana, and he's like,
Please, tell me about this novel you have been reading.
and Sergei butts in and he's like, my brother always on about the books. He's always got his head in a book, my brother, don't you, Strahdy? And he says,
But...
sorry, go on.
No, sorry, go on. No, he's not important.
And you see, he sort of, you see Tatiana start sort of chuckle slightly, and he said, and then Sergei sort of lights up and says, yes, my older brother's a good man. He still needs to find himself a wife, though, don't you, brother? And he's just staring him down like intently across the table. And he says, and then he looks up and he says,
Yes, perhaps one day that love will cross my path. But remember, Sergei, as a member of the church, you have taken a vow of non-marriage.
Sergei kind of smiles at him, like back, and he's just kind of like, well, I am married to the Morning Lord, I suppose. And their conversation continues. Do any of you say anything to any of the guests or want to address anyone?
Strahd's like, more like the gay lord.
Nearly spent my drink out.
Are there any serving people?
Yes, there would be definitely serving people, sort of moving around and bringing you food, and if any of you tried the food, it would taste delicious. It would fill you up.
If Cal tried to speak to one of the serving people, did they reply?
They would, yeah.
He'd say, I'm terribly sorry. Perhaps you could direct me to to the restroom.
Of course, follow me.
And he kind of gestures to these double doors at the end.
Yeah, he'd get up.
And as you make your way, he opens the doors, and just behind him is this thick wall of fog. And he says, please, this way, and just heads into the fog itself, and he's just gone.
Yeah, nope, not doing that.
I'll hold it.
Damn it.
Okay. Whilst Meadhan's been sitting there playing with his food because he's a miserable cunt now, he will look over to Rahadin.
I've ruined Meadhan!
Does Rahadin acknowledge him, seem to react at all.
He's looking on at the table. He seems more concerned with the banter between Strahd and Sergei, and he looks... Do a quick insight check for me, Meadhan.
But he doesn't seem to, like, remember me as, oh, I remember that guy, he tried to kill me.
Yeah, do an insight check.
Hmm.
You see that he is looking at you and seems to recognise you, but there seems to be no indication that he's got any kind of held feelings onto it. Almost as if you're like a different person.
Yeah, but yeah. Not as much.
He at one point he does step forward to the table though, and he begins sort of, as Strahd's sort of chatting back and forth, and Sergei and him are kind of again bantering back and forth, and Tatiana's definitely kind of focused on Sergei. You would see Rahadin like make his way around the table and sort of this way, and then pass by her. And as he does, he would sort of you'd hear him call out and start sort of touting the some of Strahd's accomplishments, and you would see that, especially with the 17 Meadhan, you can see he's basically trying to aggressively aid Strahd in conversation as best he can. Would anyone else want to say anything to any of the other characters?
Just trying to think.
You've got Alexander Gwilym, who's the commander, who's at the tent. You've got Strahd himself. You've got Rahadin. You've got Sergei. You've got Lady Dilasnea, and you've got Tatiana.
You should ask. I can't remember this guy's name.
Alexander Gwilym, his name is.
Alexander. How his side of the fight went, because I don't think we know.
Oh, great!
Because he went
great
somewhere else,
question.
didn't he?
Let me quickly get up the little bit about, so I can just make sure I'm referring to the right thing. Yes, the fight went quite well. It was we attacked the main gates of their keep, and we were initially ambushed by they laid a trap for us. A number of rolling boulders at the side of the road. Thankfully, only a few of my men were injured, and we managed to progress forward, where we were confronted by a number of their soldiers with trained dogs and the such, but they were no match for our armies.
Do we know what he was trying to do?
He told you that he was assaulting a keep. What's his mission?
A keep.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere that we don't know, then I assume.
You, when you were on the battle map, he did tell you, and it was like a castle that was kind of far off to the, like just outside of Barovia, like west of Kresk.
Oh, the one that was through the mist? Is that the same one?
No, that's a different one.
No. Okay. She would ask what this lady's relation to the family is, Strahd's family.
You can tell her, Anja, that she's basically just a noble lady who's, and this is a noble dinner, that she would expect to be invited to a noble dinner.
Basically, I'm just here because they reckon that they need to invite me because I'm of a similar status, but I don't know why I'm here because they killed my husband.
Strahd kind of looks on and he says,
Your husband was not killed by me, Lady Dislayer.
Oh no, it was just your fault because you demanded peace with the Petrovnas, and then he died. You bastard. And she's on like her 4th glass of wine by now, so.
Oh boy.
Yes, I cannot have the noble families within my court arguing and having petty squabbles.
No, you just go and kill them instead.
he seems like visibly irritated at her. And you can see Rahadin like moves round to her and kind of fills up her wine glass more and just.
Does Strahd have any religious iconography on him?
You could see that he definitely does not.
Oh. Look at that! Look at that godless man! He's got nothing on him. And would Farrah have anything on her? Or Nigel? Or Helen?
Depends who the woman sees. Does she see Farrah or does she see someone else?
Well, that's a good question.
Well, I will not reveal that to Anja, but you do not. I will say you do not see any holy symbols.
Bunch of godless heathens.
You would see them on them. The one person that would be decorated in them is Sergei, though.
See, this lovely boy here, he's got lots of lovely symbols of his gods on him, but not as many as my son Leo would have. But he's got enough that we all know that he's not going to be sucked in by some terrible oh, fucking hell, I don't know where I'm going with this.
She just rambles on and on and on.
As is my wont.
Does anyone else have any more questions, or can I move on?
Yeah, Cal would ask Tatiana.
Mm-hmm.
From where do you hail, my lady?
I am from the village in the valley below. The village of Barovia.
If you will forgive my rudeness, are you of noble blood?
She kind of looks down, like slightly ashamed, and she says,
I am not of noble blood, no.
And yet you're here at a... No, I mean, Cal's being a dick, but I don't care. At a noble's table. How... Was it a personal invitation?
It was, Lord Von Zarovich, met me on his visit to the village, a few weeks ago, and he personally invited me here.
He turns to Strahd and says, "That's very good of you. Mingling with the common folk."
A ruler must walk among his people if he is to rule wisely.
I dare say.
He just stares
That's
you
it.
down. Yeah.
He always stares back.
Mhm.
Oh, he gives him a right stare back, he does.
Right. If no one else has got anything more to say.
Give me an hour and I'll think of
No, I haven't got that long, I'm afraid. You see that the doors swing open as more servants pour into the room. And then you see that Sergei stands up and he says, the dinner was lovely, brother. I am heading the way anyway, Miss Tatiana. I would love to take you back to the village, if you will allow me to. And she kind of starts to nod, and Strahd is like,
No, brother, I insist that she remain as a guest. I will have a room drawn up for her immediately.
And Tatiana says,
That is all right, my lord. I can return to the village. And
Strahd says,
No, I insist, my dear. I would not have one such as you return to the village below when a perfectly good room can go to use here.
And Sergei kind of stares him down from across the table and just says, and looks at Tatiana and says, I suppose the older brother knows best. And you can see, Nigel in particular, you see that Tatiana stares at Sergei quite longingly. as he leaves, and then he like goes down and sort of kisses her on the hand, and he leaves the room. And then you see Cal, as your locked eyes with Strahd, you see his face falls quite somber for a moment. And then as more servants head into the room, picking up the plates and such, the mist begins to pour into the room once more. And you hear the voice, familiar to you, speak once more.
It was as if the sun had favoured me, and it had been hidden all along by a cloud. Its brilliant glory now shone in full upon him, and him alone.
And you find yourselves whisked away to a castle courtyard where Strahd walks alongside Tatiana in the soft dusk light. He asks her how she finds her new quarters here and of her satisfaction with the amenities of castle life.
Everything is wonderful, old one,
she replies. And you see Strahd's eyes momentarily grow wide, as if a knife had suddenly pierced his chest. The sound of a gentle harp strums over the quiet courtyard, and the mists blind you once more. You hear a giggle behind you from Tatiana, but you are no longer behind the castle. Instead, you find yourself standing in a grandiose, panelled music room. If you want to taste tokens anywhere around here.
Without spiderwebs, I
Yeah,
think.
I'm assuming
Yes.
it doesn't look cobwebby.
It does not look cobwebby. These are actual places within the castle.
Yeah. I'm taking note! That's why Cal wanted to go to the loo, have a scout.
Yeah. Good idea. So, you see Tatiana sits in a stool, and you can see that her hair has grown several inches since you last saw her at the dinner. And her homely vestments from before have been replaced by a simple but beautiful summer dress. Stunning harp music drifts through the air, and you see Strahd plucking at the instrument's strings, entirely at peace and enraptured by Tatiana's joy. Almost frozen in time, you hear the two begin to sing.
I can hear the cannons calling as though across a dream, and I can smell the smoke of hell in every stitch and seam, and like flowers the bodies tumble around this muddied lot. I cannot hear them scream, forget me not. Your voice, it carries over the hubbub and the hum, and it paints the sky and circles high like the beating of a drum. You will scream, I won't forget you, but I'll cover my cold ears. It cannot be a lie if no one hears. 'Cause although you say good day to me, I know I don't belong. And although you hold my hand and say I love you, you are wrong. Because love does not exist here in this garden, there's no feeling. and you say the words so often that I barely know the meaning. And when all the flowers are rotten and all the cannons shot, I'll scream but you won't hear, forget me not. And in years to come you'll wander to the place up on our hill, and then you'll cry to our painted sky, I loved him then, I love him still. And you'll strew some sage and lilies and roses where I rot. Of all the flowers you picked, I knew you would forget me not. I can hear
Do not
the
need to play it
cat.
again, sorry. There.
I can
Where is it today?
Lewis, I didn't know you had such a beautiful voice.
No, yeah, I wish I could sing that well. As you hear the song finish and you see the two lock eyes, Meadhan, you're being the closest, you see, probably for the first time ever, Farrah, you would notice it particularly as well, a warm smile upon Strahd's face. Until a door clicks and you see Sergei enter the room. Tatiana quickly stands and bows towards him, and he hurries toward her, hugging her so tightly that she rises from the ground, and he spins her around and around the fading room. If everyone could make an insight check for me.
Sight.
You can all see that upon Tatiana's face that she looks slightly confused as he lifts her, but not to a point of dislike, that she feels uneasy. And Meadhan, you're the only one to notice that there's a sense of guilt on her face as her eyes flicker in Strahd's direction. You see Tatiana continue to spin as Sergei holds her, and her already stunning dress begins to morph into a blossoming red gown with a large petticoat. You want to place your tokens approximately here. You see that Tatiana, sorry. That's always gets confusing. You see that she dances in a ballroom. The same hall where you sat for dinner, but now cleared for a crowd. She whirls to the tune of the now lovely pipe organ and a small band. Her outstretched hand clasps Sergei's as he forms from the mist, and they are entwined, twirling and floating through a crowd of nobility, all doing the same. All but Lord Strahd von Zarevich, who sits starkly below a deathly still portrait of his own likeness. He calls for a toast to the people of Barovia and his incredible guest, staring deeply into Tatiana's eyes. He steps forward from his throne and presents Tatiana and Sergei with goblets. Can everyone please make a perception check for me? Okay. Meadhan is the only one to spot Strahd, as he reached for these goblets, you see him remove a small vial from his pocket, and you see him pour a bubbling pink liquid into Tatiana's drink.
Oh no.
Do you do anything, Meadhan?
No.
Okay. You see that as Strahd approaches with the goblet, he goes to hand them, one specifically to Sergei and one specifically to Tatiana. However, Sergei reaches in and grabs both, and then he gifts the other goblet to Tatiana, and they both begin to drink from the goblets, and you see her turn towards Sergei at the end of the toast, and then once again immediately steals him away for a dance with an impassioned fervour. Are we alright to go until 11 tonight? Because we're pretty close to the end of this section. If not, that's fine, and we'll just end it early, but I just want to know.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I know George is the one who usually likes to stop at 10:30, so would that be alright with you, George, or it's honestly fine if it's not?
It's okay, but I might fall asleep. But I try not to.
Yes, okay.
Right, Kieran beat you to that.
Yeah. You see mist creep out from the pipes of the organ and fill the room, and the voice comes over once more.
One would think the ritual for casting a love spell or creating a love filter would be more common, but my books were bereft of such things, except for a single short treatise on the subject. The writer's conclusion that love was a force that could not be successfully reproduced by magical methods struck me as being inanely smug.
The voice speaks once more.
I began dealing with something far beyond my experience in magic, and needed no wise teacher to tell me it was deadly.
And the mists begin to settle as you find yourselves back within a familiar room. You can place yourselves anywhere around here if you'd like. You find yourselves back within Strahd's personal study. Unlike your previous visit, however, the hearth lies cold. The room is near pitch dark and lit by a few scattered candles. The flickering light casts long shadows on shelves fit to bursting with tomes, books new and old that even at a glance appear to contain endless pages of spells and incantations. The portrait above the mantel no longer resembles members of the von Zarevich family. Instead, it is a lifelike oil rendering of Tatiana. In the far corner of the room, looking over the space, is Strahd. Put him in the wrong place. He's enveloped by his black cloak, muttering under his breath and weaving arcane gestures in the air. When his hand lowers, wood shifts and creaks in the otherwise empty room. If anyone wants to do an Arcana check for me, they can.
We suck.
Indeed. Meadhan or Helen?
He's doing some kind of magic.
Would it be at all possible to roll for me? I'm in the middle of something.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Stefan, stop masturbating during the session. It's disgusting.
It is disgusting. And an 8 as well. Yeah, you cannot tell what spell he's trying to cast. You do any of you? How are each of you reacting at this point? As the story has continued to be told.
He's casting a spell? Has he got anything in front of him, like ritually?
He's not.
In front of
No,
him?
no. He's simply like holding a book open and trying to do like some kind of motion with his hand, and you see the kind of like wood shaking around him each time he does
Which
it.
way is he facing again?
He's facing towards the fire.
Is the fire doing anything?
The fire is
Getting
currently like not lit.
What's his expression?
He seems very focused.
No, she's just watching She's just watching intently to see what he does.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Wait, you said he had a book open, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can Cal read any of the book?
Yeah, do me a perception check.
Does the book look similar to any on the shelves
It
as
does
well?
look similar, yeah.
What do your drow eyes see?
Yeah, you can see that he's holding a arcana kind of book, and it looks like from the book itself that he's trying to learn the spell animate objects. You can, as you sort of step closer, Cal, he kind of looks like the floor slightly kind of like creaks, and he kind of looks around towards you, but he's like he's staring through you, and he's like,
Who is there?
Cal leans down and puts his face like an inch from Strahd's face. Just stares in.
Oh, Farrah's so tempted to touch him. Just want to whack him. But I'm not.
Reveal yourself. I have heard enough of your whispers. You have been here before.
Farrah lights up a hand with produce flame.
he kind of jerks back slightly, but he looks less scared this time and more focused on it, and he's like,
I knew there was something here. The voices, they are yours, are they not? The whispers in the dark.
Farrah throws the produce flame at the fire.
and it lights up.
Speak!
Doesn't speak.
No one reply?
Yeah, Nigel would try a tentative. Hello?
Again, he notices.
There is one here. It's some kind of arcane trickery. The other nobles seek to eliminate me. They send you or no. This must be more.
No, I am Nigel.
He just looks out into the darkness. He says,
What do you want from me, Nigel?
Yes, this is Dog.
I want to stop you from becoming who you become. That sounded stupid.
No.
I'm the ghost of Christmas past.
He kind of stands at that point, and he says,
As do I. I can feel myself. Each day growing older, slower.
Not quite what I meant.
I was a warlord. I conquered the land like a thunderous storm. Now I sit here with these books, looking for answers. Your voice, the voice of so many. They must have answers. No one in my court. I cannot trust any. Only Rahadin and Alec. Even they would support Sergei in taking my rule from me.
he's like breathing heavily now. And then as he says that, you hear a knock on the door, and then his focus is completely shattered, and it's almost like he's not focusing on you at all. And
Damn it.
before he can offer permission to enter, it swings wide open, and you see two figures approach, hand in hand, and both grinning from ear to ear. And
Even I'm getting annoyed at them now.
Sergei says, "Brother, we have great news. Myself and Tatiana, we have come to tell you that to announce our betrothal. And we wish to host the ceremony in the castle's chapel in 1 moon's time." Strahd kind of looks to around the room, and now as if you can see you. And he's like looking directly at you, but each of you for like some kind of reaction. As if he's like, "Come on, this is bullshit," kind of thing.
Looks around. He says, "I think that sounds wonderful."
Strahd like sort of definitely almost snarls at that response. And Tatiana and says, "Thank you, Elder. Yeah, we and Sergei speaks up. He's like, "Oh, we will discuss more in the morning, brother, but we are most excited and we appreciate all you can offer." And he just stares and doesn't reply. And he kind of bows slightly to him and he says, "Well, good evening." And they both turn to leave the room. As Strahd like looks around again, looking at each of you, and he says,
She calls me Elder, Old One. Yet she has fallen for that gullible, faithless boy.
and then each of you hear a voice rasp from somewhere unseen. You hear dozens of voices echo in reply. You hear Tatiana's voice, Rahadin's voice, Alec's voice, Sergei's voice. You hear Pitch's voice. You hear Osdred's voice. And they all come together in a chorus of voice, a legion. And you hear a single voice whisper and say,
You cannot find what you seek in a book.
And you see Strahd whip around in terror, knocking over a glass of wine that was sitting at the side table of his chair. And the book he was holding, he drops it to the floor as it folds closed page by page. The minimal comfort of the library vanishes, and the candles are snuffed by an arctic breeze. A howling winter wind whispers,
Come to me.
the growing number of these voices now. All you hear it over again, come to me, over and over again. All these different voices, Osdred, Pitcher's voice, all these different voices, almost shouting as they do, and they pierce your mind. And the wind that claimed the candles whips your cloak, and your vision returns, and you stand in a blizzard on a mountainside before 6 carved amber statues towering over 20 feet tall.
Statues of what?
Ooh, not that map. Not that map.
Oh.
Like that. Farrah,
Yeah.
you instantly recognise this place as the one you saw the wolf outside in your dream.
Yep. The wolf was chained, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
whereabouts?
Like near the front door it would have been. Currently you do not see it at all.
No.
You see there are 2 other figures ahead of you. Strahd and Alexander Gwilym. Both kited in ice, both are clad in ice-coated armour, and trek through the snow toward the temple hewn from the rock. The scene transforms once more, and you then find yourself in a deep underground chamber behind Strahd von Zarovich.
Ooh.
Free to place your tokens here if you like.
We didn't
Where's-
hear
Oh.
Strahd's voice with any of these shifts, did we?
You did not know. Strahd calls out.
I am here. What do you require of me? You are death, no? Have you come for me? If so, then take me and be damned.
The legion of voices rattle the bedrock.
I have come.
No, sorry, this is the wrong voice.
I have come on your behalf.
No, I am reading it the right way, sorry. Should have listened to that sound like a play.
I have come on your behalf. You have fed me well. And you are due your reward. Lay your hand on my tomb. You hunger for your lost youth, Strahd von Zarovich. I shall remove the rival from your path, and you shall age not 1 day more.
You see Alexander, hearing these voices for the first time, grabs his weapon and pulls it, and he's like, what is the meaning of this? Devils and demons lie in here. My lord, we must leave at once. Strahd takes several steps towards an imposing sarcophagus made of solid amber. He drops his sword to the ground, but the clang is suppressed. You feel the sound now drain from this already frigid space, and with each silent footfall, the torches within Alexander's hand burn from orange to green to blue to black before it is swallowed. The amber tomb illuminates, and you see Strahd's hand braces against its surface. In its hazy yellowish glow, you can see where the light has been drawn. A phantasmal shadow erupts from the surface of the amber tomb and forms into a humanoid shape with wing-like appendages draping from its forearms like the sleeves of a mystical robe. The wings envelop Strahd, and shadows follow in sequence and consume the room. From the depths, red eyes emerge and turn to where Alex stood moments before. The light slowly refills the crypt, and Strahd collapses in supplication at the stone vault. Do you wish to live? Strahd nods, exhausted. Then feed. An echo of dense, heavy steel bounds around you, as if the sound of Strahd's sword meeting the stone returned from another time. Strahd moves towards Alec and clutches him by the throat, his weapon below his feet. The choking ends quickly, only to be replaced by the blood steadily dripping down his front. The liquid pools on the stone as the body hangs from Strahd's claw. His pupils appear narrow like a predator on the prowl. His mouth is drenched in his advisor's blood. Colour leaves the world. Even the vivid reds fade to grey, and the mists consume the ancient catacomb. And the voice speaks once more.
There it was. The parley, the bargaining, the trade. What did they want of me? What could they possibly want from me?
And the voice speaks once more.
I wish you had someone like Tatiana. He enthused at me. Oh, but I will.
You hear now around you a joyous melody from the pipes of Castle Ravenloft's grand organ that wakes you from a deep, restful slumber. You like to place tokens somewhere around here. The jubilance of a verdant spring afternoon energizes your skin. Dozens of guests are gathered with wine in hand, conversing with people of a wide range of races and decorated in spectacular tunics and dresses of fine silk. At the bong of a bell, they all draw their attention toward a beautiful stained glass window depicting a white knight and a red-haired bride who seem almost alive in the sunshine and begin to walk toward a doorway leading inside. You enter a cathedral-like chapel capped by a 90-foot tall domed ceiling raised by towering archways. The white marble walls are wreathed by strings of flowers and vines, and the decadent smell of a feast wafts down the hall, blending with the fresh air and a symphony of flowers from the gardens. Guests filter into rows of chairs set to face the ceremony along the east wall. Standing at the front of the room as you pass, next to an altar carved with reliefs of angelic figures entwined with grapevines, you see Sergei is wearing a white coat decorated with golden tassels and a priestly pendant on a cerulean ribbon hanging from his neck. At his waist is his sword, dazzling in the chromatic fragments of sunlight, gleaming through the painted glass. And on his right side is a noble lady in blue and goldly priestly robes, standing poised to officiate. To his left, Strahd stands proudly, wearing his red armour with golden angel wings and a heavy black cape. He watches as each of you enter the room. You see a servant rushes up to all of you and gestures towards you. And she says, excuse me. Do any of you reply?
Wait, who's coming up to
A
us?
servant comes towards you.
Oh.
Comes to all of you and says, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lady Tatiana has requested your attention.
Do you want us to go back there?
She wishes to speak with you all in private.
Farrah nods. Lead the way.
Please follow me, and she leads you this way. And you see at the end of the hallway, Tatiana, wearing a beautiful white wedding dress, is standing alone, looking quite nervous. She looks towards all of you and says, thank you for coming to my request. I feel as if I know all of you well. She looks to Cow and says, not you, but the rest of you.
I feel the same way.
I feel like there are some missing, though.
Yeah, Farrah looks down. What's that?
I feel nervous.
It's understandable. It is a wedding day.
I love Sergei, but I feel as if I have nothing to offer him. And the castle is so busy, it is quite intimidating. What do you think?
Hal kind of lowers his head and backs up and beckons Nigel and Meadhan closer.
Okay. Oh, sugar. Sorry.
Not as in he wants to talk to them, but just as in you should speak to her.
Oh.
Oh!
Yeah.
Farrah just says, if he felt the same way, I don't think you'd be getting married today.
Kind of nods, and then as Nigel gets closer, she looks like a distinct, like Meadhan with your just insanely good insight. You don't even have to roll for it. But you notice that she distinctly kind of blinks as Nigel gets closer, and looks him dead in the eye and is like, Nigel?
Yes, that's me.
Farrah thoroughly blinks at that.
Then looks to you, Farrah, and says, Farrah? And then looks to Meadhan
You
and
recognise?
says, Meadhan.
Farrah reaches a hand out.
I've got all cold.
She takes your hand and says, where is Surafos? Where is Osdred?
They're gone. Irina.
He just kind of looks straight at you. and a single tear runs down her cheek.
How is this possible?
I don't know, Meadhan. Maybe something's happened.
Irina, what do you remember?
I remember. She kind of closes her eyes and sort of holds it. She says, I do not remember. I must get ready. Sergei awaits me. Thank you all for reassuring me. I hope.
Nigel.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry.
Nigel.
No, go on.
No, go on.
Nigel would just go up to her and give her a big bone-crushing hug.
Yeah, she would embrace you back, and he would smile and kind of put back down and kind of smiles up and then places a hand on your cheek, Nigel, and then leans up and kisses you on the cheek. I remember that, though. Well,
He would reach it. No. He would reach into his bag and give her the Lancelot doll to keep for luck.
she holds it and grips it tightly, and she says, I feel less scared holding this. But Elder has seemed so distant lately. Cold even, more so than usual. I am worried he does not approve.
I don't think that's the problem, Irina.
She nods and says, well... And she holds her hand out to Nigel and says, will you walk me down the aisle?
Of course, it would be an honor. But I must say, be careful of Elder. I think his passion for you is all-consuming.
She nods. I will remember. And then you slowly begin to march. And arrive as she greets Sergei at the top.
This is so weird.
As you're walking back into the room, can each of you do a perception check for me?
Perception. Nigel can't see through the tears in his eyes.
Oh.
I do actually feel really emotional.
Okay, so anyone who got an 18 or higher, there's a few things you notice. That the attendants opening the doors and standing at the exit are you would see one exit that's up here. It's not on the map properly, but there is one there. You see that the attendants there, and also at the doors you came in through, are wearing armor. And anyone who got above a 22 notices that the armor is not von Zarevich sigils and looks much more similar to the armor that Leo Dilisnea was wearing.
Huh? My son Leo?
Precisely.
Is she there?
She probably would be, actually. I haven't put her on the map, but she definitely would be, I think. You see, as you come through the door, the two guards here, they close and lock the doors behind.
Uh-oh.
And you see that after Irina joins them on the altar, that the lady begins the procession, begins the ceremony. However, with anyone who got more than a 23, just Farrah, You notice at the very back of the room above, there's like a balcony above this area. Looking down, you hear the knock of a crossbow. And then you also hear, quietly, the sound of someone drawing their weapon and the quiet groan of someone being quietly stabbed.
Farrah will somehow point upwards.
You see the crowd is hushed, but the stillness of the moment is suddenly broken by the snap of a string and the whistle of a crossbow bolt that embeds itself.
Farrah,
Go on.
Can Farrah use her shield to like block Irina? She thinks it's oncoming.
Yeah, but you see the arrow fly directly over you, and it hits Strahd right in the left pauldron. Another fires from the back of the room towards Tatiana. Farrah, please make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can block it.
Hey. Come on, Farrah. Farrah!
Got any inspiration?
No, I don't.
Okay. You
Use the Lancelot doll.
In fact, yeah, I'll let you re-roll once because of the Lancelot, though. I think that's cool.
Lancelot looks down from up on high.
There you go, an 18. So you swing your shield up there and blocking the crossbow, and it flies off, like bouncing up, and Sergei pulls out his sword and swings it, cutting it in half.
Yes.
You see that Sergei lunges forwards, like protecting Tatiana from harm. And then you see another bolt fire out, and this time it hits into the shoulder of Sergei, and blood, in a flower of blood, stains his white shirt. You see Strahd's pupils thin when the scent of the wound finds him. And in his frenzy, he appears more beast than man. Amidst the chaos, you hear dozens of voices. The whisper, the legion of whispers. Remove your obstacle. And there is no hesitation. A pool of scarlet forms on the breast of Sergei's pristine coat as he tries to fight his older brother off, but Strahd's fangs find his throat. And Sergei's sword, drawn to protect his love, drops to the cobblestone. Its blade falls loose from the hilt into the rapidly spreading pool of blood, though both halves continue to dazzle in brilliant colour from beneath the gore. Suddenly the crowd erupts in fear as everyone starts trying to rush out of the room. You can see that Tatiana begins running off in this direction towards this door, and the guards there. Oh, let me grab two more quickly. Let's put them up here. Try to stop her. Try to stop her, but they try to hold the door shut, but she kind of pushes through and kind of stumbles out into the courtyard as everyone is trying to flee out these doors banging, but there's more and more crossbow bolts firing down at the crowd below.
Shit.
Do you chase after Tatiana?
Is that there's no mist, right?
There is no mist.
Oh, shit.
Nigel would definitely be chasing after her.
We're going after her.
Fuck. I think Cal would be confronting Strahd.
Yeah.
While he's busy, like, drinking his brother's blood.
Well, I don't think Cal would just stand there and let Strahd do that. I think he'd draw his scimitar and confront him.
Yeah.
The party should go with, but this is what Cal would do.
I was going to say Meadhan's been
Farrah
before, so.
Farrah kind of wants to see what happens. She still thinks it's not real, although Irina, though,
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's weird shit.
Yeah.
If I was Pitch, I would be running the fuck after Irina.
Yeah.
But Cal has no connection to her, and what he's seeing with Strahd is bringing back some real bad memories for Cal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, sword out, confronting Strahd.
Yeah, you rush in as a number of more crossbow bolts are firing down and start hitting him one after the other in the side, but he's still just standing up and just draining Sergei of blood, and he drops into the floor as his body falls completely limp, dead across the floor. What do you do, Cal? I'm not going to play out combat, but describe to me what you try to do.
Yeah, Cal, I think from the position back here amongst the people, it would have been a rush.
Yeah.
But as he gets closer to Strahd and sees that Sergei is all but gone, he would slow to just a steady walk.
Yeah.
And his shield would be by his side, and his scimitar would be out, and he'd be going through some of the motions that he remembers from his bladecraft with Eliastre, and flourishing it. And he would just be saying, "Oh fuck." He would just be saying, "A wild beast needs to be put down." And he would just hold his scimitar up in front of him, just as in full challenge in front of Strahd.
Make an attack roll for me.
Oh god.
It's not one this, boys.
Swing and you miss. You can make your second attack if you like.
Oh.
Has she got inspiration?
No.
With that, he grabs you
Yep.
in his monstrous form, and that you feel too weak even to resist it. At this point, it's almost like he's been empowered by the blood of his prey, and he simply tosses you through the window behind as you go crashing to the ground and roll across the floor.
Sorry, but that's quite a comedic image, Tom.
Yep, I know. The dice spoke for themselves.
You'd like to place your tokens.
Miss.
There's
Bitch,
a bit
please.
to be on the GM now, but place your tokens here for now.
Right.
You eventually find yourselves out here. The mists are now swirling in almost like like fires almost everywhere around the building. Parts of the structure are almost like dissipating into the air as it seems to be like almost collapsing the image and this illusion around you. And Cal, you find yourself getting to your feet after a few moments, and you see
Hi guys.
Tatiana panicking, looking back and forth, and she says, "What happened? Who betrayed us? I saw Strahd change. What happened? Is Sergei okay? I couldn't see him."
Farrah recognised the guards, as something else, right? What were they?
They looked. They were wearing the symbol, a sigil of the Dilisnea family.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she would say that to Irina from Tatiana.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean anything to you?
The Dilisneas? Why would they betray us? She's looking panically around, and then suddenly out of the chapel, you see a number of guards appear, all moving towards Tatiana aggressively, ready to fight and ready to kill.
Paracast stuff.
So, if everyone could please roll initiative for me.
But Strahd killed her son or whatever, husband. Oh, a natural 1 and a natural 20. Love it.
Cal's ready to go.
Yeah.
Despite just being thrown through a window.
Yeah. I can imagine he did a superhero pose as he landed.
Now
I mean,
you know how it feels!
That'll get your adrenaline up.
I feel like at this point, accidentally falling out of a window is the only way I've not injured myself at work so far.
Plenty of time for that.
Don't jinx it.
Wouldn't want to do it all too quickly.
Oh, they got bad, at least.
Right, so it's getting late. Do people want to try and finish to the end of this? This is literally the last thing. But if not, then I know we've already gone massively over time, so it really depends if you want to.
I think
I
combat
think it's a good
takes a
place to end
while.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I need that.
That's totally fair. Yeah. So, with that, now that the initiative has been rolled, we will end today's session there.
Ooh, holy fuck.
Meaty!
So much for my brain box.
Yeah,
Yeah, I hope you
That's-
guys enjoyed it.
I did. I liked it a lot.
And you got pretty much.
Cal is
Yeah.
conflicted.
Yeah, and what?
Strahd's been hearing voices and shit. Is there a power above Strahd? What's going on?
Yeah,
Is
so
he just a
curious.
pawn? Is it a pact?
I
No,
reckon it's a
vampires have-
possession.
Like master
Sorry.
vampires or whatever.
Sorry, one of
You-
whoever goes first. I can't hear.
Go ahead.
You reckon it's a what, Anja?
A possession.
Ooh, I didn't even think of that. With the shadow thing coming out?
Yeah, I don't think it is Strahd. I think it's something used in Strahd's body.
Oh my god, that would blow Cal's mind even further.
I will say
And then,
all the answers you already have at your disposal to
Oh.
the question of where this pact or whatever lies from. I'll remind you, think back
Night.
to the various different things you've
Rubbish.
seen in. You remember Osdred's dream when he was running
God, no.
away from the flesh golem in the
yep,
and he
yep,
arrived in the tombs
yep.
of Amber.
yep.
If you think back to the dream with Helen where she gained her crystal powers and she smashed open the tomb of Amber. If you think back to the various different dreams that you've had.
We don't know what that is though.
You
Yeah,
do not,
do it.
but you've certainly had some kind of interactions with whatever this is.
Helen's got a pact with it. Oh,
No, but Helen
Yeah.
smashed the tomb.
oh yeah.
Smash, smash.
Oh yeah. Oh, she's got a pact with something else. Then.
I will say, just for clarity, that when I should have described this better when I was thinking it, the tomb would have essentially broken and collapsed. When,
Oh, fuck.
yeah, when Strahd.
Is one of us right?
Well,
Hmm.
that's all I'll
Damn
say.
it.
So, I think we need to get to Amber Temple. I want to see
Yeah.
if it's correct.
That was so good, because for so
Yeah.
much of that, I was just like, yeah, jilted by his love, so he turned all evil and shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not it at all.
Mhm.
There's dark shit. He was hearing voices.
I'm just trying to figure out if we really are just replaying memories of what had happened, or if we have actually had some influence on what actually happened.
I don't know about influence, but I definitely think there's some spiritual attachment to this book.
Like, I'm thinking of it as, because we've been in some parts weirdly taking on roles, so whether or not we think, I know it's like, have we made these decisions, or were these decisions made for us, and we're just replaying out what had already happened? I don't know.
No,
Oh,
it's
my
not
brain.
right.
Yeah.
It's his voice we're hearing in the book. It has to be his book. He
Yeah.
made it.
Yep.
Well, at the start, wasn't it like that? He was
Yeah,
like,
100%.
"This is my,"
Yeah.
so you can
And he's
witness what
narrating
happened.
it the whole time as well.
So we should still be considering that this might not all be truthful. That this could
Yep.
be from his perspective.
He's written it himself potentially.
Why did Barbara Saga have it?
It's a good read. Got 5 out of 5 read.
I love this Twilight book. It gets my rocks
God,
off.
I'm so glad
sure
I
it's
chose to
read.
include this stuff now. I was like really debated for ages. I was like, oh, it's gonna be super
Yes.
on railsy, and I thought maybe it won't be fun for the players, but I'm
No.
real glad I did.
Oh, I like it.
So much.
I've gained
Good.
so much interesting lore and stuff around that. It's also really filled out a lot of the imagery of
Mhm.
Barovia and the castle and
Yes.
other stuff
Yeah,
for me.
yeah.
Oh, I'm
Filled
glad.
out a lot of that, which is really powerful.
Like when we're going to Ravenloft now, you can just imagine like all the people in it that was before,
Yeah.
as opposed to it just being an empty cobweb room. You're gonna now think of it being like them singing together.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll see some of them again, no doubt.
Yeah. Oh, I'm really glad. I'm really pleased you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's
Also,
really good.
Strahd plays the fucking harp.
Congrats.
Yeah, he does. So, Lewis, I really like Strahd's accent you're giving him, and you're really good at it.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you. That's very
Very
kind.
true.
It took
It's very distinctive.
a long time trying to develop that voice.
Yeah, and it suits him really well.
Walking around the fucking field at Benwick, just talking to myself like a fucking weirdo. Fun.
Gosh.
Aw. I love Sergey so much.
I know.
He's just this happy guy. He's just like, hey.
I don't know. I'm kind of like, I feel bad for Strahd because he just loves her, and then they're just like, everybody gonna steal my girl.
Yeah, but Sergey was trying to wingman him.
Yeah.
Sergey didn't do nothing. Nothing
I'm
wrong.
not sure he was.
He was.
Yeah.
He was directly doing it at the
Wingmen
dinner.
Don't steal your girl.
She's never his girl.
Yeah.
It was never his girl, yeah.
She never loved him.
Yeah, but your intended girl, your intended victim, then.
Well, girls get to choose, don't they?
Exactly.
So she
True.
chose Sergey. That's
That's
that.
like bro code.
Who the fuck are you? Jeez. Next time I see you, you're gonna have your baseball cap on
That's what I was
backwards.
gonna say as well.
Bro code, man.
Oh, so funny.
What's up, bro?
Gosh.
You may mock.
Oh, I was
Crazy.
glad I got to do the bit with Irina at the end. I was really hoping we get to do that this session.
Yeah.
That was crazy. What is that about?
Got a lot of questions.
A lot of questions.
So sad that Pitch isn't alive for that moment. I
Yeah.
was just like, oh, he would comfort her. He would be so nice. And Cal's just there like, well, I'm gonna step back. Don't know what the fuck's going on right now.
Yeah.
I tried.
No, you
did
so
fucking
well.
great.
It made me
Yeah.
feel so much better.
Poor Irina.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Tatiana. Irina
Poor
doesn't
Irina
exist.
Iriniana.
Tatarina.
Yeah, she just needs to get over it.
Somewhere up in dwarf heaven, Osdred's just like, oh, it's fucking losers.
I'm so sad we missed out on Kieran getting to play the as Lady Dis.
Oh, that
Dis
would have been
now.
amazing.
I've just been falling in and out of sleep
That's
like
totally fair, dude.
the whole
It's alright.
time.
I like that I
Everyone
do it
does.
often enough that it's called doing an Anja.
Anyone else has done it.
It's okay. You missed Anya's portrayal of her, which was hilarious.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
I'm sure I'll see in many years' time when I watch it back.
That was fun. Thank
You're
you.
watching going, I don't remember this.
Thank you for being so patient, Kieran.
That's alright.
I appreciate it.
Sorry, I stole your NPC, Kieran.
Well, she's going to be very boring if I play her.
Anya, your portrayal was pretty fucking great, Anya, I'm not gonna lie. It's like, yes, exactly what I want from this character.
You bastard! You killed my Balthazar!
That was so fucking funny. I've seen that so many times, like catering weddings or events and stuff. Just the old lady at the table that won't let things go.
Love it. It's so great.
Yeah, it's great. Okay. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh, balls.
Time for bed. Thank you, everyone. That was
Good night,
very
everyone.
Thanks, Lewis. It was
Good
fucking
night.
That was awesome.
Laters, taters.
Bye.
Bye.